she no longer had a home. Suddenly, he pressed his hand against his chest. The strange feeling appeared again, and his nose became rather sore. His small, dark face scrunched up into a ball. He hated this feeling. Fortunately, at this moment, another voice rang out in his heart, "Hurry up and follow them, or there won't be any demon hearts to eat. It's rare for such a good opportunity to appear. You have to make good use of them." He let out a sigh of relief. The strange feeling had finally vanished. However, when he stepped through the door, the demon suppression statue remained firmly imprinted in his heart. A pair of pained eyes stared right at him. As soon as Doge touched the ground, he felt his body weigh down, and he was pushed to the ground viciously. "Look what I've caught. Ha, it's a little guy. He seems to have come down from above. How courageous. He's just enough for me to eat." A fierce-looking fatty stepped on Doge. He held a bloody butcher's knife in his hand, showing it off to his companions. He waved it around on Doge's body, and as he laughed, he revealed his mouth full of sharp teeth. "Venerable, venerable, save me!" Doge cried out in fright, but no one paid any attention to Doge's cries. That was only the wail of food. "What do you mean enough for you to eat? Everyone who sees it gets a share. Cut it down the middle, and we'll split it half." Beside the fat demon folk was a tall demon folk as thin as a bamboo pole. His arms were abnormally long, almost reaching the ground, like a gibbon. He grabbed one of Doge's arms with one hand and called out in dissatisfaction. "What are you doing? Let go. I was the one who caught him, so why should I split it? I'll give you an arm at most to have a taste." "An arm? You wish. No, I'll give you half at most." The fat demon folk stepped on Doge firmly, while the thin demon folk extended his other hand and grabbed Doge's other arm, tugging it firmly and refusing to let go. Doge felt like his body was about to be ripped apart. He let out a painful howl. Swish! There was a flash of the blade, and blood splattered. The thin demon folk staggered backwards. His two abnormally long arms had been cut off. His face was filled with surprise and fury. "How dare you!" The fat demon folk raised the butcher's knife and pointed it at him. "Since you're unwilling, I'll eat you too. Let's see who'll eat who." The thin demon folk's waist suddenly elongated, lunging towards the fat demon folk like a snake. Two long tentacles grew from his severed arm, wrapping around the fat demon folk's neck. Doge's body crackled. Who knew how many bones in his body had been broken? He was in excruciating pain. However, his body became unbearably hot. His demon heart thumped violently like a drum. Doge had devoured many demon hearts consecutively. The demonic power in each one was several times greater than his own. It should have erupted a long time ago. However, just now, he was beside the demon suppression statue, constantly radiating with the power of demon suppression. Now that he was far away from the statue, this power immediately erupted. And, he was far too young. He did not understand the dangers of recklessly devouring demon hearts. Filthy demon chi surged out, coiling around his body. His small, thin hands completely turned into pitch-black claws, clawing at the golden ground and producing a sharp, ear-piercing screech as sparks flew. Bone spikes burst out of his body as his joints extended backwards. His eyes completely turned violet as he roared out, "I'm going to eat you." In the end, it completely turned into a wild beast's roar as he struggled violently. He's completely demonified. Kill him. The fat demon folk felt a violent resistance from beneath his feet. He actually struggled to suppress it with his strength. The thin demon folk cried out, "How can he possess this kind of power?" Demonification was the most basic power of demons. Once it was unleashed, their strength would multiply. However, demon folk focused on becoming one with the demon. If the power of the demon heart was too great and they were unable to control it, their bodies would be invaded and they would lose their minds, turning into violent beasts and completely demonify. Even vicious demon folk were unwilling to become like that, which was why they were extremely careful when devouring demon hearts. Normally, devouring the demon hearts of demon folk weaker than them was completely useless. It would only make their own demon chi become impure. Although devouring the demon hearts of powerful demon folk could increase their strength, it was very easy for them to lose control and completely demonify. The butcher's blade swung viciously towards Duoj's neck. With a clang, it missed, striking the ground. Duoj broke free from the suppression and lunged at the fat demon folk violently. With a plop, he dove into his great belly, like a pregnant woman who was 10 months pregnant, except a hand protruded out here and a foot punctured there. The thin demon folk waved his 2 tentacles, unable to do anything. The fat demon folk's face was filled with malice. He swung the butcher's blade and stabbed it towards himself, piercing through his body. A while later, he stabbed it 7 or 8 times. Blood sprayed out, covering the walls and floor. It was extremely bloody. With a clang, the butcher's blade fell to the ground. The fat demon folk's chest bulged up before exploding with a bang. Duoj burst out of his body with a demon heart in his mouth. His body was riddled with horrific slashes. He landed on all fours, like a vicious little beast. He chewed the demon heart a few times randomly and swallowed it. The slashes on his body healed at a visible rate. Another 3 bony spikes protruded from his head like a sharp horn, and his body swelled up as well. His mouth split open to his ears, revealing a row of blade-like teeth. He no longer seemed human at all. He turned his head and stared at the thin demon folk with his purple eyes, lunging over. The thin demon folk turned around and fled, but it was already too late. He was pushed to the ground. With a crack, his mouth opened to an unbelievable degree before suddenly closing. A semicircular gap appeared on the thin demon folk's shoulder. At the same time, he clawed around with his claws, spraying blood all over him. The tentacles wrapped around him loosened, and Duoj tossed aside the remains and leapt to one side. After eating the 2 demon hearts, his body became even larger. His small, skinny body became as agile and sturdy as a black panther, but he was several times larger than the black panther. His body was covered in sharp spikes, which made him seem extremely vicious. He lowered his head and sniffed the ground before turning around and leaping onto the wall, running off into the depths of the corridor. This little demon folk has become a demonic beast. He can't turn back anymore. The unraging monk sighed gently. Who knew how many times he had seen something like this during the century he spent guarding the demon suppression hall? Are you pitying demon folk, junior brother? He might be young, but his demonic nature runs deep. They only have themselves to blame for this. They can't blame anyone else, the dauntless monk said coldly. You're right, senior brother. Let's take a look at your precious disciple. Her situation doesn't seem too good. When Li Qingshan stepped through the door, Little Anne's heart skipped a beat. She extended her hand in an attempt to grab him, but she was a step too late. Her vision dimmed and lit up. She looked around, but she did not see any traces of Li Qingshan. She thought to herself, have we been separated? This was a relatively large prison cell, equivalent to a spacious hall. It was still resplendent, with several dozen demons either sitting or standing. There were a few females among them. This was probably a nest of demon folk, and as long as they could form a colony, there would definitely be a leader present. To the east of the hall, a demon folk with a tumor on his head sat on a platform constructed from white bones. He gave off a powerful aura. The female demon folk all sat around him. Clearly, he was the master of this nest, the leader of the demon folk, a powerful demon general. Chapter 579. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51. The dauntless monk became cautious. The world that demon folk lived in was filled with cruelty and slaughter. Although the cultivation of demon generals was only equivalent to Foundation establishment cultivators, their battle prowess was far greater than regular Foundation establishment cultivators. Under the control of the demon heart, there were extremely few vital points on their bodies. Even disciples of the school of the military who practiced both chi and body might not necessarily be able to match them. The inner courtyard disciples of the Chan monastery of Devanaga would often suffer losses in trials as well. As a matter of fact, some of them had even been slain due to a moment of carelessness. He thought, one will is supremely talented and possesses a deep understanding of the Buddhist Dharma, but she's still young after all. She might not necessarily be this demon general's opponent. And, in the demon suppression hall, even a monk king like the dauntless monk was restricted by the rules, going down floor by floor. If Little End was in danger, he probably would not be able to save her in time. However, a life-threatening situation like this was the perfect opportunity to observe a person's temperament. Whether it was bravery, timidity, calmness, or panic, none of it could be hidden. As a result, he observed patiently. One will, don't disappoint me. Did you come down from above? A demon folk extended his forked tongue and licked his face as he asked with ill intentions. I never thought there would be such a beautiful woman among the humans. A demon folk drooled. Humph, look at how delicate her skin is. She must taste quite good. The female demon folk on the throne of white bones snorted coldly and said with jealousy. That's a pity. Of course, I'll eat after I've played enough. Ha ha ha. Lust, jealousy, and wicked laughter. Surrounded by the menacing gazes of the demons, Little End remained emotionless. Her eyes stared ahead blankly, ignoring all of this. She turned around and made her way out of the door, which made the demons even more complacent. You want to leave? An extremely large demon folk blocked in front of Little End like a wall. Little End did not slow down or hesitate at all. In the moment he collided with the demon folk, there was a flash of golden light, and a bloody door emerged from the wall. The huge demon folk widened his eyes. He lowered his head and stared at the huge hole in his body in disbelief. A vicious light flashed through the demon general's eyes, but before he could even do anything, the demon general's face changed. Without even looking back, Little End took out an item and raised it high above his head. It was like a round wheel at the top and a lampstand at the bottom. It shone with golden light. This was the wheel of the Wisdom King's glare that the Annihilum Light Chan Master had given him. There was a closed eye in the middle of the wheel of the Wisdom King's glare. It suddenly opened and shot out a ray of golden light that pierced through the demon general's chest. The unraging monk said with a smile, so still light has already given her the wheel of the Wisdom King's glare. Senior Marshal Brother can rest assured. The wheel of the Wisdom King's glare was a purely offensive magic item, and its destructive power was extremely strong. The golden light that shot out was nearly indestructible. The dauntless monk shook his head gently. If she becomes careless because of this, she'll be screwed. The demon general lowered his head in some surprise, as if he never expected her to possess such a powerful weapon. He sneered inside, do you really think you can kill me like this? I've seen plenty of idiotic monks like you. Just when he was about to lunge over and take her by surprise, the ray of golden light suddenly dispersed, multiplying from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Moreover, it spun rapidly, cutting through the demon general's body like a piece of paper. Just now, it dispersed. The demon general took another step forward before collapsing forward, turning into a pile of minced flesh. Some of it even wriggled slightly. However, no matter how powerful his life force was, he could not piece it back together. The other demon folk were all stunned. Their expressions were still frozen with greed and lewd smiles. Clatter. Clatter. It fell to the ground in several pieces. The nest of demon folk immediately fell silent, devoid of all life. Blood flowed and the smell of blood permeated the air. Little End's footsteps did not falter at all. The throne of white bone behind her collapsed loudly. The dauntless monk was slightly taken aback. He was not surprised by how great the strength Little End demonstrated was, but by how she could actually use the wheel of the Wisdom King's glare to such a degree. Logically speaking, it was already very difficult for her to unleash its full power with her cultivation, yet she could easily split a single ray of golden light into 100, and every single ray was so precise and effective. The unraging monk sighed. With this move alone, not a single demon folk can harm her on the second floor of the demon suppression hall. Little and arrived in the corridor. There were 7 paths in front, back, left, and right. It was impossible to determine one's bearings in the demon suppression hall. The concept behind its construction was not to make it easier for the prisoners trapped here to find their bearings. Sometimes, even if they chose the right direction, it was very likely for the end of the path to be a dead end. Without any guidance, it would truly be a labyrinth. However, Little End glanced around and chose a path, heading towards the demon suppression statue. With a stomp of her right foot, she took off with a whistle. Although the architecture of the first floor and second floor was completely different, she had already grasped the pattern. The 2 monks sighed in amazement at her sharp rationality. Soon after Little End left, a nimble, black shadow lunged into the hall. The completely demonified doge had been drawn over by the heavy smell of blood, so he came looking for it. His body had become even larger. Bone spikes extended from his body, and he lunged towards the shattered demon general first. He extended his long, scarlet tongue and swept it across the ground, sucking all the flesh into his mouth and swallowing it. Afterwards, he lunged towards the remains of the other demon folk. In the blink of an eye, he had devoured the demonfolk's nest clean, which obviously included several dozen demon hearts. The black demon chi became denser and denser, wrapping around him in layers. With the sound of bones stretching, his body swelled and enlarged once again. The demon heart in his body became extremely large, throbbing like a drum. Suddenly, it broke through a limit. He raised his head and let out a roar. Boom! With a clap of thunder, a bolt of lightning pierced through space and struck Doge. Electricity flowed, and the golden hall trembled slightly. The unraging monk said, "This little demon folk is about to undergo the tribulation. That's quite a rare opportunity." The dauntless monk said, "He's going to die from madness in the end, so what opportunity is there to speak of?" The heavenly tribulation was the supreme law of the world, the invisible examiner. It was omnipresent, testing all creatures that wanted to transcend mortality and achieve immortality. Whether it was gods, demons, humans, or demons, no one could escape its judgment. The lightning slithered about like dragons and snakes, wrapping around Doge's body and passing through the holes. Doge let out a furious roar in pain, and his demon chi immediately dimmed. So painful. Under the violent strikes of the lightning, a sliver of clarity appeared in Doge's mind. The demon suppression statue appeared in his mind again. Its painful posture seemed to match his current situation. In the depths of the corridor, Little End stopped and glanced back. Afterwards, she stepped over the chunks of flesh on the ground and continued on her way. What's that sound? It's thunder. There's obviously no thunder here. Don't tell me someone is undergoing the tribulation. Li Qingshan listened carefully before turning around and saying to the demon folk before him, "When demon folk undergo the tribulation, they become demon generals like you, right? What clan's demon general are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" The demon general carried 2 blades on his waist and on his back as he studied Li Qingshan cautiously. "I never answer the questions of the dead." Li Qingshan answered with a classic line. Afterwards, like a child who had just received a new toy, he raised his hand with great interest and enveloped the demon general with his fingers. With this move alone, he had already crushed over 100 demon folk along the way. The feeling was indeed similar to crushing ants when he was young, except the effect was much more satisfying. Right before him was a supersized ant, the kind that was particularly satisfying to crush. The unraging monk asked in confusion, "Why does it seem like this kid's demonic nature has become stronger after practicing the demon suppression statuary?" In terms of killing intent and malice, Li Qingshan was much stronger than these demon folk. He just controlled it and was unwilling to release it normally. Now that he had the opportunity, he might as well do whatever he wanted. What was wrong with using the demonic path against demon folk? "What did you do?" The demon general's expression changed. He clutched his chest and took a step back. He felt like he was being crushed by a huge rock, while the aura in his body constantly filled and pulled at him. "Don't make me say the same thing a second time," Li Qingshan said impatiently. He pulled back his hand and muttered to himself, "Looks like the suppression on demon generals is limited." "Why? You won't get anything out of killing me." Wave-treading form. Li Qingshan said no more. Waves rose up under his feet as his fingers curved like a tiger's claws, reaching towards the demon general's head. The demon general roared furiously and extended 2 more arms from his back, drawing 4 blades and swinging them around like a rolling wheel. Tsunami form. Li Qingshan switched from a claw to a palm strike. Surging spiritual chi turned into a huge tsunami, filling the wide corridor and slamming against the wheel of blades loudly. The wheel of blades and the tsunami dispersed at the same time. Li Qingshan's palm strike landed on the demon general's chest gently, but it no longer possessed any power. With the 4-armed demon general's tough body, it probably would not even leave a scratch. However, the 4-armed demon general's flesh surged, bulging and sinking. It rose and fell before exploding with a bang in the end. "Taste my iron fist of justice," Li Qingshan snickered. The demon suppression statuary sure was interesting. Right now, he had completely become the embodiment of justice. He did not care about right or wrong at all. All he had to do was throw a punch. The good guys would obviously be fine, but the bad guys could go die. Li Qingshan continued forward, making his way to the second demon suppression statuary. There should be even more powerful demon generals there. Although he did not have Little N's judgment, after learning the first move of the demon suppression statuary, he was able to suppress the ox demon and tiger demon slightly. The spirit turtle's premonition had also recovered slightly. With a clear objective, finding the correct path was not a problem. A while later, Li Qingshan pushed open the gilded door in anticipation. He was slightly taken aback and sighed with a smile, "Sure enough, you're still faster." Little N was currently standing before the second demon suppression statuary. He held the wheel of the Wisdom King's glare in his hand and there were corpses all around him. Li Qingshan arrived beside Little N and asked, "Have you seen Doge? He might be undergoing the tribulation." Was the thunder earlier him? Doge lay on the ground in the golden hall. Most of his body had been charred black, but his chest rose and fell. He was still breathing. The tumor-like demon heart in his body had become extremely small and tough, like a rock. It constantly radiated with demonic chi. The charred patches on his body receded one by one, and his wounds gradually healed. Suddenly, he leapt up, becoming 10 times more agile as he transformed into a demon general. FF37, W03C9, 30 FB, off 4D. Chapter 580. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51. Having no time to worry about anything else for now, Li Qingshan placed his attention on the second demon suppression statue. The demon folk male half knelt on the ground. His back was raised high, and the expression on his face had become vicious. He had already clearly demonstrated the characteristics of demonification. His muscles swelled, filled with explosive power, giving off a purplish-blue luster. In particular, his arms were covered in layers of scarlet, armor-like cuticles, which made him seem extremely large. His large mouth seemed to be roaring, and his sharp teeth crisscrossed, making him seem extremely vicious. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and faced the demon suppression statue. He used his soul sense to comprehend the intent within before assuming the exact same pose as the demon suppression statue. However, there were still many differences. The demon folk male was clearly extremely resistant to demonification, battling the demonic nature in his heart. However, not only did Li Qingshan not resist at all, he was basically demonifying on his own accord. After mastering the first form of the demon suppression statuary, mastering the second form became a matter of course. Suddenly, the demon suppression statue shone brightly. Two streaks of light shot out from its eyes, landing in Li Qingshan's eyes and entering the depths of his sea of consciousness. The original image of demon suppression changed as a result. The second form of the demon suppression statuary, immovable demonic nature. The demon heart that seemed like a dark red crystal shone with rings of light. Li Qingshan's body immediately swelled. Originally, his body only seemed sturdy, but he did not seem particularly strong, as his bones were abnormally thick, supporting his flesh and blood. He even gave off the illusion of being thin. However, in the blink of an eye, he seemed like he was carrying a cauldron. He grew a foot taller, and his arms were even thicker and stronger than the thighs of regular people. His skin became slightly red, and an armor-like, dark red layer of cuticles appeared on his arms and shoulders. So this is demonification. Li Qingshan clenched his fist before unclenching it again. With a sudden thrust, there was a bang. The air exploded. Although it still couldn't compare to the demon's true form, it was already considered to be shockingly powerful among Foundation establishment cultivators. The unraging monk was secretly surprised. Originally, this move was extremely dangerous. It was very easy for him to lose control of the demonic nature in his heart when he first tried demonification. However, in Li Qingshan's eyes, there was not a trace of uncontrollable confusion. They were still extremely clear. His control over his own mind. Had he really reached such a level? Li Qingshan had the protection of the spirit tortoise, so the surge of demonic nature could not affect his mind at all. It was just a mere demonization, which could not be compared to when he was in his fiendish demon form. And after mastering the second move of the demon suppression statuary, his ability to suppress the ox demons and tiger demons had become even stronger. Instead, he felt much more relaxed. The spirit tortoise was also slowly liberated from the enormous pressure. Let's continue. Li Qingshan pulled himself together and said to Little An. His ears twitched and he could faintly hear the roars of fierce beasts coming from the depths of the maze. Little An grabbed his hand, while Li Qingshan grabbed her hand firmly. They set foot on the third floor of the demon suppression hall. The two of them slaughtered their way through together, basically destroying everything in their path. Li Qingshan stowed away the two demon suppression statuary scrolls in his mind. However, after arriving on the fifth floor of the demon suppression hall, the frequency and number of enemies they encountered suddenly increased. Finally, they began to feel the pressure increase. Basically, every demon folk they came across was a demon general. Unlike the demon generals they encountered at the beginning, these demon generals were all extremely powerful, equivalent to mid or even late Foundation establishment human cultivators. They would often use some powerful and strange techniques. There were even some that were similar to combination attacks from formations, while illusions and charms were impossible to guard against. If he were a regular Foundation establishment cultivator, he probably would have run into danger time and time again already. He would struggle to advance. The wheel of the Wisdom King's glare shot out a streak of resplendent, golden light. It shot straight through the passageway, towards a female demon general. The female demon general seemed like a woman in her 30s. However, her breasts were bare, and her clothes were revealing. Her face was filled with a lewd smile, and there were a few male demon generals behind her. They all seemed like lackeys. The female demon general swung her arm, and the air before her distorted. The golden light landed in there, constantly twisting and turning before dispersing in the end. This was the first time Little N's ever victorious wheel of the Wisdom King's glare had been nullified so easily, and that was before the opponent had demonified. However, Little N was not surprised. On the fourth floor, there were already a few demon generals who could block this attack. The female demon general looked past Little An and landed on the huge, black figure behind her. Right now, Li Qingshan had already demonified completely. He stood over 3 meters tall and seemed extremely sturdy. He seemed to be clad in a layer of dark red armor, while his head was wrapped in a helmet-like layer of keratin, only revealing a pair of dark red eyes. He gave off a vicious aura just by standing there. He still carried the heavy water sword on his back, but the huge sword from before was no different from a regular sword to him now. What's your name? Why are you walking with a Buddhist? Could it be that you've been bewitched by this woman? The female demon general looked at Little End with jealousy. What's so interesting about human women? They just have a good body. Come follow Big Sister will let you taste the taste of true bliss. She giggled, but there was no laughter in her heart. She thought to herself, demonification is the strongest state of a demon, but if it's not controlled, it's extremely easy to be devoured by the demon heart and completely demonify into a demon beast. Unless it's a critical moment, it won't be used carelessly. How can he maintain his demonified state at all times without showing any signs of losing control? Okay. Li Qingshan happily agreed, then changed the topic, but my tastes are a bit special. Normal women might not be able to adapt. Big Sister likes special tastes the most. That's good. Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly lit up as he extended his hands. With a rustle, black chains shuttled through the air, crisscrossing and binding the female demon general firmly. So that's what little brother likes. The female demon general froze with a smile. Her expression changed, and her smile vanished. Not only did the black chains bind her body, but they also bound the demon chi in her body. I'm not done yet. Li Qingshan smiled and strode over. He had comprehended the chains of demon suppression when he comprehended the third form of the demon suppression statuary. It was basically perfect for suppressing and capturing these demon folk. Kill him for me. The female demon general ordered furiously. A few vicious figures immediately lunged out from behind her, and the male demon generals all demonified. With a flash of golden light, she blocked the demon generals. Little End used the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual for the first time, manifesting her golden avatar. The golden will of the Wisdom King's glare remained in her hand, as if it had completely fused with the golden avatar. The golden will spun and spat out 3 feet of golden light. With the base as the hilt, the golden wheel as the guard, and the golden light as the edge, it conjured thousands of streaks of light and pushed forward. The streaks of light vanished with a flash. Little End dispersed her golden avatar and returned to her original state. The wheel of the Wisdom King's glare remained in her sleeve. The demon generals collapsed backwards, their bodies disintegrated by the sword chi. The unraging monk said, "Looks like there's no need for you to worry, senior brother. If she doesn't possess a Buddhist nature and root of wisdom, how can she unleash Buddhist cultivation methods and Buddhist arcane artifacts to such a degree?" The dauntless monk said, "Did that wretched demon Golden Cicada lack a Buddhist nature and root of wisdom several thousand years ago? That's different. One will is a human after all. If Golden Cicada was a human, he would have become the abbot of the Chan monastery of Devanaga already." The dauntless monk fell silent. He felt like the unraging monk had a point. He might have been worrying too much. In the past, that wretched demon had almost stolen the position of abbot, but if he really was a human, he would probably be a respected eminent monk of a generation. He would be worshipped by the future disciples of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. The female demon general was both shocked and frightened. With a strange cry, her body swelled rapidly, going from a beautiful woman to a bloated, ugly monster in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan did not mind at all. The more demonified she was, the heavier her demonic nature would be, and the more the chains of demon suppression would suppress her. The chains of demon suppression dug deeply into her swollen skin, and Li Qingshan grabbed her face. "I'll give you a quick death." "Don't." The female demon general let out one last shriek. The demon chi in her body surged, and the chains of demon suppression wrapped around her madly. In the end, she exploded to pieces with a bang. The two of them stepped over the dismembered corpse and continued onwards, killing everything in their path. Finally, they arrived at the very center of the 5th floor of the demon suppression hall, before the gilded door. The structure of every floor of the demon suppression hall differed drastically. Only the gilded door remained the same. On the golden square, the demon generals were split into 2 sides, currently glaring at each other in an attempt to force them back. At this moment, the gilded door slowly opened. The demon generals all looked back, only to see two figures appear. One was a burly man shrouded in demon chi, while the other was a beautiful woman shining with golden light. They each wielded a strangely shaped sword in their hands. They had come with ill intentions. "If you don't want to die, you can piss off." Li Qingshan had only said half of that when a streak of golden light shot out from beside him, piercing a demon general. Little N raised his golden sword and aimed it at the demon generals with the wheel of the Wisdom King's glare. Li Qingshan glanced at Little N, and Little N stuck out his tongue. "It's the golden avatars of Buddhism. Kill them." The demon generals roared furiously and lunged towards them. "Forget it, I'm just saying it anyway." Li Qingshan opened his left hand, and black chains extended from the void, entangling the demon generals. His right hand gripped the heavy water sword tightly, and he swung it backwards. Together with Little N, he charged towards the demon generals. Roars, screams, angry roars, and the sound of weapons colliding intertwined into a chaotic and passionate melody. Severed limbs and blood continuously splattered out from the open door. A demon general's head flew out of the gilded gate, crashed into the wall, and rolled to the ground. Long tentacles extended from the severed neck and rapidly crawled into the gate. They crawled past one strange foot after another, and just as they found their own body, a giant foot came crashing down and crushed their head. Li Qingshan crushed it with force, and the heavy water sword extended to Tenzhong. With one move, he swept away 1,000 troops, bringing about a reign of terror as he chopped off a few demon generals pouncing over. He said to Little N behind him, "This place is quite interesting." At least, chopping these demon generals was much more satisfying than chopping those corpse generals. Tearing and crushing all kinds of strangely shaped fellows was indeed more satisfying than killing those fellows who were originally dead. FF37, W03C9, 30FB, Off 4D. Chapter 581. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51. Under the gaze of the demon suppression statue, the violent aura circulated wildly in the square, forming a spiraling storm that blew countless limbs and blood into the air. Li Qingshan and Little N stood back to back, standing in the center of the storm, dancing with the fierce wind that tore through everything. The wind subsided, and the battle stopped. He swung the heavy water sword down diagonally, leaving behind a streak of blood. Holes appeared on the sword as cracks appeared, on the verge of shattering. This high-grade spiritual artifact was no longer enough to sustain a battle like this. Li Qingshan was covered in horrific wounds as well. Many of the wounds had already approached his vitals. Against so many, it was impossible for him to remain uninjured without using his powers as a demon. If it were not for the wondrous restraining effect of the demon generals from the demon suppression statuary, he would not have lasted more than 10 seconds even if he pushed his battle talent to the limit. On the other hand, Little N's golden avatar was also covered in wounds, but after dispersing, he was completely unscathed. "It's a pity that we can't stow these corpses away." Li Qingshan communicated with Little N with some pity. The two monks were not idiots. They definitely could not do anything strange that would draw suspicion. Little N said, "It's fine. It's no big deal anymore." Li Qingshan nodded. He turned around and faced the demon suppression statue, beginning to comprehend the fifth form of the demon suppression statuary. Outside the demon suppression hall, the dauntless monk stopped worrying. The unraging monk beside him had already vanished. He had entered the demon suppression hall, ready to provide assistance at any time. Although the slain geniuses were not exactly geniuses, this was the fifth floor of the demon suppression hall. Even if they sent out a group of the most outstanding disciples of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, it would still be difficult to guarantee that they would all be wiped out. But in the end, the battle prowess Li Qingshan and Little and displayed left him deeply surprised. Their teamwork was basically flawless. It could no longer be described as a tacit understanding anymore. They were basically of one mind. There seemed to be a special connection between them that was not as simple as the feelings between a man and a woman. The demon-suppressing statue shot out 2 more beams of golden light. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and black demonic qi spread out from his body. The demonic qi coiled around his wound, healing it at a speed visible to the naked eye. As he cultivated the demon suppression statuary, the dark red demon heart in his body grew stronger as well. It constantly absorbed the demonic nature of the ox demon and tiger demon, alleviating the pressure on the spirit turtle. Purely from this perspective. Right now, he was no different from a devil cultivator, possessing a vitality that far surpassed that of a human. After a while, Li Qingshan opened his eyes. The demonic nature and demonic qi he exuded became even more violent and powerful, and the degree of demonization also deepened. Not bad. Li Qingshan waved his hand. The water wave formed a mirror in front of him and saw a ferocious human figure. He then raised his eyebrows and made such an evaluation. Of course, this not bad was in comparison to the demon's original form. He had never used beauty or ugliness as a standard when it came to judging appearances. He had his own set of strange standards. He had always felt that the demon's original form looked like an ox's hooves and a tiger's claws. He was much more satisfied with the appearance of a handsome red-haired man when he transformed into a human. This demonized appearance was a completely different style from the demon's original form. He basically still maintained his human form. Apart from the change in height, it was more like he had put on an extremely fitting and ostentatious set of armor. However, in the eyes of normal people, he was truly a terrifying monster. Yeah! Little and raised his head and nodded seriously, as if he was admiring and praising from the bottom of his heart. I have to say. Someone I know is in there. You have the best taste. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. His laughter rolled out. The dauntless monk and the unraging monk saw this. They were speechless about their sense of beauty. Do you think we should still head down to the 6th floor? Li Qingshan asked. He wanted to head down very much and continue learning the 6th demon suppression statuary, as he had learnt the chains of demon suppression on the 3rd floor. This was not a coincidence. In many ancient cultivation methods, the 3rd floor was often a node. It allowed the cultivator to comprehend a technique or battle skill that complemented the cultivation method, allowing the cultivator to focus on other things while also having a means to protect themselves. Along the way, the chains of demon suppression had played a major role. Against many demon generals that he struggled to defeat, he only needed to unleash the chains of demon suppression to completely suppress them and win them easily. However, as the 5th floor was the dividing line of the demon suppression hall, the further they went, the more dangerous it would become. After mastering the 5th move of the demon suppression statuary, the pressure on the spirit turtle had basically been relieved. He had recovered some of his senses and could sense the existence of danger. Of course, if he could use his full strength freely, Li Qingshan believed that even the 7th floor would be a piece of cake, let alone the 6th floor. However, the outcome of reverting to his demon form in the demon suppression hall was probably directly descending to the 9th floor and being suppressed for 10,000 years. Little and said, "Let's continue." Li Qingshan said in surprise, "You're so confident." Little and said nothing. He took out a scarlet talisman from his 100 treasures pouch. "That's been my oversight." Li Qingshan smiled. Talismans had always played an extremely important role in battles between cultivators. They could be used as a surprise attack. Li Qingshan had actually accumulated quite a few talismans over the years. Let alone scarlet talismans, he even had violet talismans. However, in battles at his level, there were very few opportunities to use talismans, so he had forgotten about them. Little and took out a few more copper bangles for controlling corpses. Every single one of them hit a corpse general. This was also one of Li Qingshan's spoils from the battle on Burial Mound Mountain. They were all collected from the 100 treasures pouches of the slain golden core cultivators. Li Qingshan gave them to Little N to refine. Little N had already completed the accumulation for breaking through to the second layer of the path of white bone and great beauty. All he lacked was comprehension, so he left them behind in case he needed them in the future. Of course, a refined and controlled corpse general like this was worlds apart from the corpse generals of the hungry ghost realm. And, if he dared to use them before corpse commanders and corpse kings, they would immediately change sides. However, it was enough for charging into battle. Li Qingshan calmed down. The two of them continued forward, stepping through the door. The heavy smell of blood prevented regular demon generals from approaching this place, but there was a colossal figure that flew over instinctively. Duoj lunged in, leading to another feast. On the 6th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall, in the central square. Close to 100 demon generals gathered below the Demon Suppression statue, comprehending the secrets within the statue. They hoped that there would be a day when they could leave this prison. The atmosphere here was rather oppressive and silent. The demon generals had no intentions of fighting one another. As they observed the demon suppression statue, they would glance in front of the statue from time to time. A man with disheveled hair and an indifferent expression sat with his legs crossed. A strange-looking sword shrouded in demon chi was placed on his knees. The sword was pitch black like ink, but it was not straight. Instead, it was segmented like a pagoda, and it was almost 3 meters long. It was possible to imagine what kind of figure was required to wield a sword like that freely. The strangest part was the hilt of the sword. It was not metal, stone, or wood. Instead, it was a mass of coiled flesh and tendons. At the center was an eye the size of a bowl. It only had the white of the eye and no pupils. It was covered in blood, which made it seem extremely strange. The other demon generals maintained a distance of several meters away from him, afraid to approach him. They felt like they did not even dare to breathe loudly. "What the fuck are you all doing? Piss off! Don't get in the way!" A bellow broke the silence. A demon radiating with a vicious aura suddenly leapt out from the door under the demon suppression statue and swung his hand towards the indifferent man. The indifferent man's location was definitely the best location to study the demon suppression statue, but it just happened to be in the path of the demon who came up from below. The eyes of the demons were filled with schadenfreude. Sir Lietu is a genius of the demon race. Although he's been knocked down from demon commander, he's still not someone a demon general can contend against, let alone the fact that he has the evil eye. Lietu waved his right hand slightly, and a foul wind swept across the square. The vicious demon general staggered past Lietu. A horrific wound had appeared from his left shoulder to his right waist, spurting with a mist of blood. He looked back. Suddenly, he felt like he was missing something important. He lowered his head and glanced at his chest. Lietu also had his head lowered, fiddling with a black demon heart that resembled a rock in his hand. With a thump, the vicious demon general collapsed on the ground. Lietu did not even look back. He placed the demon heart into the strange eye at the center of the sword hilt. The eyeball pulsed and absorbed the black demon heart. Like the finishing touch, a black pupil appeared in the eyeball. The eyeball swiveled around. Every single demon general that it saw felt a deep chill. The dense veins of blood wrapped around the black pupil, and the entire sword hilt began to twist violently. A foul wind whistled, blowing Lietu's hair into the air and filling the entire hall. All the demon generals felt like they were suffocating. The entire longsword glowed with a black light, as if the dark night had descended. The dazzling golden light around it immediately dimmed. Only the demon-suppressing statue did not change its original color, and looked down at this scene from above. However, a while later, the demon heart was squeezed out by the eyeball, landing on the ground with a clink. It felt like a person who had eaten something disgusting and had spat it out with great disdain. Lietu shook his head slightly. Sure enough, it's still not enough. The demon heart of a demon general can't satisfy the evil eye. I need an even more powerful demon heart. I need to recover my strength as soon as possible and kill my way back to the 7th floor to find a suitable demon heart. His pointy ears suddenly twitched. He could sense a lot of death chi gathering outside the door. The other demon generals were afraid of Lietu, but they were not weak either. They all sensed it and became vigilant. Bang! The 9 gilded doors suddenly opened at the same time, and 100 corpse soldiers swarmed in. The demon generals were unconvinced. As it turned out, they were just corpse soldiers. Lietu frowned. He felt like something was amiss. There were plenty of demon folk who could control corpses. These corpse soldiers were all humans in the first place, so how could there be so many human corpses in the demon suppression tower? It was even more impossible for the bald donkeys from the Chan monastery of Devanaga to use something like that. The eyeball of the evil eye sword in his hand swiveled around, and he saw that every single corpse soldier was plastered with talismans. They all shattered at the same time and shone with light. P.S. I've been outside the entire time recently, so my updates have been a little lackluster. However, I'll be back on Monday. The spirit of updating that I've been suppressing for so long is about to burn out. FF37, W03C9, 30FB, off 4D. Chapter 582. From the low-level Fireball Talisman to the powerful Crimson Sun Talisman, mixed in with the Thunderbolt Talisman and the Exploding Talisman, there were more than 1,000 talismans stuck on the backs of these 100 corpse soldiers. Of course, the more precious purple talismans that were easy to arouse suspicion could not be used here. Li Qingshan and Little End killed their way to the periphery of the 6th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall and began to make preparations. This was a trick commonly used by terrorists. Of course, it was Li Qingshan who had thought of it. Originally, he just wanted to catch them off guard so that he could launch a surprise attack. But from the moment he stuck the first talisman, Li Qingshan was like a child who wanted to test the power of firecrackers. He took out all the destructive talismans of the thunder and fire attribute. Then, under Little N's order, the 100 self-destructing corpse soldiers rushed in together. The reaction of the devil generals was not slow, and they each used their own defensive methods. But there were only 9 doors in this circular square, and not all the corpse soldiers that Little N had arranged rushed in. There were 9 left behind to be responsible for closing the doors. The 9 gilded doors opened and closed in the blink of an eye. Rumble, rumble, rumble. All the corpse soldiers were first torn apart and burned by the thunder and fire. The flames surged wildly, and the lightning moved like dragons and snakes, engulfing the group of devil generals and slamming them into the 4 walls. However, they were firmly blocked, rebounded, and then became more and more violent. In an instant, this process was repeated countless times, and the power of the explosion was completely released. The entire demon suppression hall shook violently, and then after a long time, the shaking completely subsided. Li Qingshan squatted outside the door with 2 index fingers stuck in his ears. He shook his head hard, stood up, and whistled. He did not expect the power of the explosion of these talismans to be so great, and the shock made him a little dizzy. Li Qingshan gave Little N a thumbs up. The guys inside are probably all dead. Li Qingshan estimated that if he was blocked in such a place and exploded like this, he would definitely not come out unscathed. No matter how strong the devil generals inside were, they would probably not be able to escape death. Little N, however, shook her head. She could clearly sense that there was another powerful life force behind the door. Then I'd like to see who has such a tough life. It can't be the demon commander, right? Li Qingshan was secretly on guard as he pushed open the gilded door. The moment he touched the door, he felt a trace of surprise in his heart. This was because the door was still as cold as before, not even a trace of heat could be felt, let alone being deformed by the explosion. It was unknown what material this demon suppression hall was made of, but it was actually so sturdy. Little End pulled on Li Qingshan, and a few corpse generals leaped out from behind him, taking the lead in rushing through the door. An extremely sharp light flashed past, and several corpse generals that were charging forward suddenly fell backwards. However, their lower bodies still maintained their forward charging posture. Like wheat that had been cut by a sickle, they were split in two down the middle. Li Qingshan looked over and saw a male demon standing in front of the demon suppression statue. He held a strange-looking sword in his hand, and a streak of light flowed around the blade. The hollow eyeball on the hilt stared fixedly at Li Qingshan. Although his clothes were tattered and charred, his aura did not weaken at all. His eyes were filled with fury and killing intent. Anyone who had been tricked like this would feel the same way. If it were not for the sword in his hand, he definitely would have suffered even more severe injuries. Beneath his feet was a pile of charred corpses. Some of them were still wriggling slightly, possessing a sliver of life that could be extinguished at any time. Lietu growled, "Do you think you can kill me with something like this? Use your blood as a sacrifice to the sword. What's your name? Your life is pretty tough, huh?" Li Qingshan pulled out the heavy water sword. With a clang, the tip of the sword fell to the ground, and he stood with both hands supporting the sword. However, he thought to himself, that was close. To be able to react so quickly under those circumstances, this guy's definitely not a regular demon general. The strike definitely won't pose any life-threatening threat to me, so the spirit turtle didn't give any warnings. However, if I step into it first and then try to dodge, I'll definitely have to use power beyond Foundation establishment cultivators, which will raise suspicion. Though, that sword sure is interesting. The moment Li Qingshan saw the strange sword, his gaze was firmly drawn away. It was not just because of the strange, great power it radiated with, but also because the sword's design suited his taste very well. He's no regular demon general. The demon chi on him is extraordinarily pure. Even among demon commanders, there aren't many who can reach this level. Lietu studied Li Qingshan too. More accurately, he was using the evil eye in his hand. The evil eye's gaze directly passed through Li Qingshan's body, allowing him to see the location of his dark red demon heart. Demon hearts were not like hearts. They could condense on any part of demon folk, making them extremely difficult to target as vital points. Lietu had relied on this ability of the demon eye to pluck the demon heart that just now held the violent demon general in a single strike. He could sense the pulse of the evil eye in his hand, desiring the other party's demon heart. This rarely happened. In the past, in order to strengthen the power of the evil eye, he had killed many demon commanders, but not every demon heart could satisfy the evil eye. If he could obtain this demon general's demon heart, he would be able to unleash the power of the evil eye, and he could return to the 7th floor right now. That sword of yours is mine. Your demonic heart is mine. The two of them spoke at the same time. Even their tones were the same. Unfortunately, this was not the tacit understanding between friends, but the determination to kill between enemies. There was another flash of sharp light. Lietu shot through the air, straightening his back and swinging his sword. Li Qingshan dared not be careless. He had personally witnessed how little and killed the corpse commander. He knew just what kind of terrifying power a sharp sword could unleash in the hands of a master. With an explosive bellow, he raised the heavy water sword high into the air, turning it into a siege-breaker sword and swinging down loudly. Clang! With a gentle hum, the broken sword flew out as it spun, striking the ceiling before landing on the ground. Sparks flew everywhere. The heavy water sword returned to its original size, having lost a third of its original length. Lietu sneered. "I'll cut you in half with my next strike." Li Qingshan remained composed. He switched to a single hand and gripped the broken sword firmly, swinging it out diagonally. He freed up his hand and wrapped it around Lietu. Chains of demon suppression. With a clatter of metal, the black chains pierced through the air, crisscrossing around Lietu. What? Lietu was taken aback. He felt the demon chi in his body begin to churn uncontrollably, just in the moment he was about to swing his sword. The chains of demon suppression wrapped around him tightly, binding him where he was. The demon chi in his body seemed to freeze, and the broken sword had already reached the side of his face. Who knew how many demon generals with various abilities Li Qingshan had used this move to kill? It was basically unstoppable. However, the broken sword did not feel the pleasure of a slash. Instead, it felt like it was stuck. Lietu's mouth protruded forward like a canine's, biting down firmly on the sword. He bit down hard, and his sharp teeth stabbed into the sword. Cracks rapidly spread, and with a shattering sound, the heavy water sword had actually been forcefully bitten to pieces. He smiled viciously at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was taken aback. He glanced at the empty hilt and stabbed it viciously into Lietu's head. "Do you really think you don't have to pay up, you idiot?" He extended his hand to snatch the strange sword in Lietu's hand. The eyeball in the center of the hilt suddenly pulsed, and the thumb-thick, vein-like objects wrapped around it suddenly sprang to life. They surged up and stabbed into Lietu's hand, completely fusing with it. The light that flowed endlessly on the sword flowed back to the hilt before being transferred to Lietu's hand through the pipes. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. When he became one with the sword, Lietu's entire body suddenly erupted with hundreds of strands of sword chi, shattering the chains of demon suppression. Several dozen strands of sword chi directly shot towards Li Qingshan. It was too late to dodge. Li Qingshan had lost his weapon as well, so he was unable to block it. If he really were a regular mid-foundation establishment cultivator, he would have been dismembered by now. A streak of golden light pierced between the two of them. The golden sword in Little An's hand was like a huge, golden brush. He swung it about, and the brush danced wildly as he wrote a huge, sword character. Blood sprayed from Lietu's body. He took a few steps back and said in surprise and doubt, "Golden body of Buddhism." At that moment, Little An was like a gilded statue that had just been completed in a temple. However, although the craftsman was extremely skilled, he had misunderstood the monk's request, turning a furious guardian deity into a goddess of great beauty. She wore a golden crown on her head and a golden sash around her. There was a red mole on her forehead, and she stood barefoot. She seemed peaceful, graceful, magnificent, and dignified, but her dignified aura did not diminish at all. Lietu felt an intense threat, but he still had a choice. He could retreat to the 7th floor. If they were bold enough to pursue him, he would be doomed. "I'll leave this guy to you," Li Qingshan suddenly said. He just made his way around Lietu and arrived before the demon suppression statue. He studied the statue, sealing off Lietu's path of escape. "It's rare for us to encounter such a suitable opponent, so we'll let Little An perform. We've killed our way here. Those two damned peeping monks should be satisfied." The dauntless monk and the unraging monk were not just satisfied. They were even rather overjoyed. In the cultivation community, accepting a master and joining a large sect was not easy, but accepting a genius disciple was very difficult too. However, not only did the two of them have a deep affinity with the Buddha, but they were also skilled in attacks. They were the perfect candidates in these chaotic times. They would definitely be able to strengthen the Chan monastery of Devanaga's reputation. This sounded rather contradictory. In the eyes of the secular world, monks seemed to be pure and compassionate. However, if the monks of the Chan monastery of Devanaga were really just like that, then the current Chan monastery of Devanaga would not exist, much less use a brutal land of slaughter like the demon suppression hall to train their disciples. Even the Buddha needed to roar like a lion and subdue the demons of the heretic path. Even his statue had to be gilded and worshipped by all living beings, let alone his disciples and grand disciples. However, while the dauntless monk was satisfied with Little An, the unraging monk instead focused on Li Qingshan. As he gazed at Li Qingshan, who stood before the 6th demon suppression statue, he thought to himself. Chapter 583. The 6th layer of the Vajra realm. Little An obviously understood what he meant. He closed his eyes and nodded, chanting the scriptures silently. The golden light from the golden avatar grew brighter and brighter, and the sound of chanting and chanting rang out vaguely. Lietu gripped his sword firmly, completely on guard. The person before him was a rarely seen powerful enemy. What's she doing? Just as the dauntless monk was rather perplexed, Little An gave him an answer. The golden avatar suddenly lit up with golden light, and it actually began to show signs of melting. Golden liquid flowed down from her beautiful face. She's breaking through. The dauntless monk was slightly surprised. He never thought Little End would actually choose to break through on the spot, and right in front of an enemy at that. Her mental fortitude like that was tough, but once she failed, she would be in an extremely disadvantageous situation. The golden avatar was like a wax figure roasted by fire, melting into a blurry humanoid shape. Little End silently practiced the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual, and gradually, the golden avatar began to condense again, stabilizing once more. The golden avatar became even finer and finer, breaking through to the fifth layer of the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual and reaching mid-foundation establishment. The dauntless monk smiled. This child had basically brought him endless surprises. If this continued, she would be able to reach peak foundation establishment before the age of 20. Even in the entire history of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, there were only a handful of peerless prodigies like that who had the opportunity to become the leader of an entire monastery before the age of 30. By now, he had already completely made up his mind. He would cast aside his misgivings and properly guide her so that she could accept the benevolence of the Buddha. The golden avatar was reflected in Lietu's eyes, and his pupils narrowed. He felt even more threatened, also realizing that she was just now breaking through. He secretly regretted being too careful earlier. If he had known earlier, he would have used the opportunity to attack and catch her off guard. It was too late for regret now. He pointed his sword diagonally, ready to strike. However, Little End closed her eyes once again. What's she doing now? The dauntless monk was taken aback. Afterwards, he saw the golden avatar that Little End had just condensed begin to melt once more. Don't tell me she's about to break through again. Even with the dauntless monk's vast knowledge, he had no idea what to say right now. He had never seen someone as bold as her. He had never seen someone as bold as her. It's not that easy. Lietu bellowed out. How could he allow her to break through so easily? The evil eye sword twirled in his hand, and the eyeball was aimed at Little Anne. It rippled, and then a black streak of light suddenly shot out from the protruding center. Little Anne made a seal with one hand, it was as bright as a lotus flower, the other hand held the wheel of Wisdom King's glare, it also shot out a golden light. The golden light and the black light collided. The Buddhist light and the demonic power clashed fiercely in midair, constantly melting each other and making strange and shrill buzzing sounds. A wall of light was erected between the two. The overflowing energy surged like a ripple, sweeping through the entire square, completely crushing those demon generals who were still struggling at death's door and turning them into ashes. In the end, only the sturdy demon hearts were left in place. Most of them were like stones, but a few of them had a crystalline luster. Who is she? She's actually able to split her attention to deal with the enemy when she's wholeheartedly focused on breaking through. Or is this just a trick to lure the enemy? Lietu was not a cowardly person, but as he fought against Little An, he also had to split his attention to watch out for Li Qingshan behind him. Although Li Qingshan had said he would not fight, how could he believe the promise of an enemy as a demon folk? Whatever. I'll kill her first. Demonify. Lietu made up his mind and unleashed surging demon chi. His long hair fluttered about, and his body swelled up as well. His limbs extended, becoming extremely long. His face twisted into a triangular shape, with the center protruding straight like the spine of a sword. His eyes were covered by a tough layer of eyelids, which flickered with a sharp light. Only two long, narrow holes remained for his nose, while a single horn protruded from his forehead like a sword, stabbing towards the sky. He seemed to be wearing a strange mask. His entire body was just like the mask, flickering with a metallic luster. He was like a sharp sword, displaying its sharpness. He swung his sword backwards, and his body leaned forwards, shooting towards Little An like a javelin. He actually ignored the threat of the wheel of the Wisdom King's glare. Golden light shot out and swept past Lietu, but after passing through his protective demon chi, it dimmed a lot. In the end, all it left behind was a scorch mark. He could no longer pierce through it so easily. In a split second, the evil eye's sword slashed over. It was still 3 meters away, but the whistling of the sword chi was ear-piercing, like the wails of thousands of ghosts. If she were struck by the sword, she would probably be injured even with the protection of the golden avatar, let alone the fact that she was currently breaking through. Not only was she unable to dodge, but even the golden avatar was basically defenseless. As it seemed, breaking through at the last moment was not the correct choice. Little N swung the wheel of the Wisdom King's glare indifferently. The melted, golden liquid flowed and spread across it, using it as the hilt and blade and condensing into a Vajra sword again. The golden sword was covered in complicated, beautiful patterns. There were also a few simple, imposing inscriptions engraved on it, completely merging with the wheel of the Wisdom King's glare. However, it was unprecedentedly perfect and harmonious, as if the two had always been one. Clang! The two swords collided like a clap of thunder, but both the Evil Eye sword and the Vajra sword were unscathed. Lietu was surprised. The Evil Eye was unstoppable, yet it was actually unable to cut through the Vajra sword. The Evil Eye sword flicked and flicked, wanting to knock the Vajra sword aside and stab into Little An's chest. The Vajra sword moved with him, following him like a shadow, firmly entangling the Evil Eye sword. The two swords slid and rubbed against each other, producing a string of sparks. No matter how Lietu changed his stance, he was unable to knock the Vajra sword aside. The dauntless monk sighed inside, she can actually use such a tough Vajra sword with such softness. Not only is she proficient in the Buddhist Dharma, but even her swordsmanship is so exquisite. Lietu let out a shrill howl and drew back with his sword. He swung his sword wildly as if he was one with it from above. The streaks of light rained down like a storm. As the saying went, softness cannot be defended. Faced with such a wide-open sword style, no matter how exquisite Little An's swordsmanship was, he could not receive it as easily as just now. Clang! 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 A series of thunderous booms rang out. Little N stood where she was, without moving at all. However, 17 or 18 hands seemed to grow from beside her, wielding the Vajra sword like a sturdy city. No matter how intense the storm was, it did not waver at all. In just a while, the golden avatar condensed once more. Even every single wrinkle on the skin was clearly visible, and the sense of dignity it gave off became even more solemn. Naturally, Little N had broken through to the 6th layer of the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual. Under these circumstances, she had actually succeeded. The dauntless monk no longer had any idea what to say. All he could do was silently revise his plan. If this continued, perhaps she would have the opportunity to condense a Sarira and undergo the second heavenly tribulation before the age of 20. Just how many people throughout the ages could match up to that? Compared to her, that wretched demon golden cicada was no Buddhist genius at all. Little N opened her eyes and glanced at Lietu indifferently. If she could use the Buddha-slaying sword embryo, she only needed a single strike to kill this demon. However, she faced the same problem as Li Qingshan. She could not directly use the great power of the Path of White Bone and Great Beauty, so she just practiced the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual along the way. It was like learning the contents of university before taking a primary school exam. It would only be strange if there were any difficulties. Little N silently sensed the power flowing through her body. With this, it should be enough to kill him. She took a step forward, and golden light shone in all directions. Sword chi surged, about to switch from defense to offense. Li Qingshan had been staring at the 6th demon suppression statue the entire time. Just now, when Lietu gained the upper hand, he had not even glanced back. Suddenly, he looked back and said, "Oh right, I want that sword. Be careful not to break it." It was a battle of life and death, yet he still had to tell Li Qingshan not to break the enemy's weapon. If it were not for the fact that the dauntless monk had witnessed their teamwork just now, he basically would have doubted whether there were any feelings between them at all. Little N agreed. Lietu was utterly furious. She was basically treating him like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Li Qingshan said, "Oh right, you. If you put down the sword, I can let you leave this place alive." Before Lietu could say anything, Little An said, "You can't." "Why?" Li Qingshan was confused. Little An rarely objected to his suggestions. Little An said, "He said he wanted your demon heart earlier. Looks like that sword needs a suitable demon heart to unleash its power. We're not too suited for the 7th floor, so his demon heart is the best choice." "I see. Alright then, let's kill him." Li Qingshan passed down the instructions easily before turning around and looking at the demon suppression statue again. Before long, the statue lit up. Little An leapt up gently and turned into a streak of golden light. She swung her sword through the air and landed on the golden light. Little An raised her hand and grabbed the edge of the sword, forcing herself into Lietu's bosom. The Vajra sword stabbed straight in, and Lietu also extended his hand to grab the Vajra sword in surprise. The two of them grabbed each other's sword with one hand and gripped the hilt tightly with the other, pressing it against each other. Neither of them gave in. The two swords broke free at the same time and landed on each other. Lietu clutched his abdomen and pushed it away. Blood oozed out as the sword chi that contained Buddhist powers wreaked havoc inside. On the other hand, Little An did not take a single step back. An extremely clear slash had appeared on her golden crown as well. Logically speaking, the head was a more vital point than the abdomen, but with the golden avatar protecting him, Little An was not afraid of clashing with him at all. And, after reaching the 6th layer of the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual, her golden avatar had become far tougher than disciples of the monastery at the same level of cultivation. Getting through her golden avatar in a single strike was not something a demon general could achieve. Damn it! If I find a suitable demon heart, I can split her head in half with a single strike. Just at this moment, the golden figure once again appeared in front of him, and the sword chi swept over. Shaoan only attacked, not defending at all. She allowed Lietu to leave behind slashes on the golden body, forcing Lietu back step by step. Blood constantly sprayed from his body. There was a flash of golden light and 3 of her fingers flew out. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and said without even looking back, "If you come any closer, I'm going to attack too." Lietu was utterly furious. Suddenly, he leapt backwards. In the air, he stabbed his sword into his own chest. Li Qingshan was surprised. Don't tell me he's lost his mind from anger. Chapter 584. The Evil Eye sword had completely stabbed into Lietu's chest, all the way to the hilt. However, the 3-meter-long blade did not pierce through his body. Instead, it emerged from his back as if it had fused with his body. Thump. 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 There was the sound of swords piercing through flesh. Several dozen blades emerged from his back, his arms, his neck, and even his mouth. Lietu's demonic aura exploded as he became covered in a forest of swords. He was like a strange, twisted hedgehog as he lay on the ground, staring at Little and hatefully. He had completely fused with his sword. This was extremely similar to complete demonification. It was very difficult for him to recover his original form. He would be devoured by the Evil Eye bit by bit, becoming a part of the sword in the end. Basically every master of the Evil Eye would face the same fate in the end. The Evil Eye would grow stronger and stronger. However, before he was devoured, the great power he would obtain was enough to kill them. "Even if I die, I'll take you down with me." The eyeball was completely embedded in Lietu's chest. It spun around, and a speck of azure light suddenly appeared in its center. It turned into an azure pupil and stared at Little and with the same gaze. The pupil was Lietu's demon heart. His hands and feet had become long, sharp swords as well. He pushed off from the ground and suddenly vanished from where he was. Little and swung down. With a clang, the blades collided, landing on Lietu's swinging arm. "Die!" Lietu bellowed. Clang! 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 With a series of metallic clangs, several dozen blades emerged, stabbing into Little N's golden body. His long, sword-like arms grabbed the golden body conveniently. Like a huge guillotine, he wanted to cut Shaoan in half. No matter how powerful Little An's swordsmanship was, he could only use his golden body to block an attack like that. The blades were no less sharp than the Evil Eye sword itself. After obtaining Liatu's demon heart, they had even become much sharper. The golden body was cut open, and the blades penetrated several inches. Further in was Little An's original body. A blade was only a few inches away from Little An's forehead. Little An dispersed her golden body suddenly, and she used the opportunity to break free from Liatu's restraints. Isn't this the same as drinking poison to quench one's thirst? Without the protection of the golden body, one hit from the sword will be life-threatening. Just as the dauntless monk thought that, he saw Little An condense his golden avatar again, and all of his wounds vanished. Little An was much more careful this time, just in case Liatu restrained him again. But he was inevitably at a disadvantage. The two of them turned into two shadows, one chasing and the other fleeing in the square. They were constantly intertwining and changing, and the ear-piercing sound of metal clashing was incessant. Even if Little An's Vajra sword landed on Liatu, it would be blocked by the blade. It was useless. As Liatu's fusion with the Evil Eye deepened, Liatu's eyes widened. His attacks became sharper and sharper, and the sudden thrust of his sword left a deep mark on the golden body. It turned into a whirling metal storm, and every time it collided with the golden body, it would send golden powder flying. And it moved faster and faster, no longer giving Little An the time to condense his golden avatar again. A while later, the magnificent, exquisite golden body had been reduced to a sorry state. Little An had already pushed the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual to the limit, but Liatu's strength had completely surpassed that of demon generals. If he were a regular person, he would have been riddled with holes from a single clash. "Help me out," Little An called out. "All right." Li Qingshan looked back with a smile. With a wave of his hand, the pitch-black chains of demon suppression crisscrossed and wrapped around Liatu. "It's useless," Liatu barked. He stabbed out several dozen times, cutting and ripping apart the chains of demon suppression. Suddenly, a black shadow enveloped him, and he raised his head. A 9-storied tower that was pitch-black like ink appeared out of nowhere. It was majestic, dignified, and unstoppable. The second move of the Demon Suppression Statuary. The Demon Suppression Tower. Boom! The square shook violently, and the Demon Suppression Tower descended from above, crushing Liatu beneath it. "This move really is brutal," Li Qingshan smiled. "Let me out." Liatu's bellows rang out from the Demon Suppression Tower. After fusing with the Evil Eye, he would be constantly devoured. If he could not kill the two of them quickly, he would be completely devoured in the end and become a part of the sword. In the end, only Li Qingshan would benefit from it. He struggled with all his might, stabbing out sword after sword, but this black pagoda was not as weak as the chains of demon suppression. Before the sword could even get close to the pagoda, it rapidly weakened, and the demonic chi in his body was continuously suppressed. Liatu was also ferocious, ramming about madly in the tower. The demon suppression tower shook and shook as if it could topple over at any time. Li Qingshan waved his hand again, and the 9 chains of demon suppression flew over with a clatter, wrapping around the demon suppression tower before nailing it to the ground and pulling it taut. The demon suppression tower immediately stopped shaking. Only a series of bangs rang out, but the demon suppression tower did not budge at all. "I've done it." So this is the true use of the chains of demon suppression. With the demon suppression tower's suppression, just how many people can escape? Having mastered another powerful new move, Li Qingshan was overjoyed. The only flaw was that the moves in the demon suppression statuary focused on suppression. They did not aim to kill in a single strike. At least the chains of demon suppression can trap him before killing him, but the demon suppression tower has isolated me. If Liatu doesn't die by himself, I'll have to move the demon suppression tower and find a way to kill him. How troublesome. Li Qingshan studied the black demon suppression tower and suddenly thought, it also has 9 floors. Is this the original form of the demon suppression hall? If this demon suppression hull was actually a demon suppression tower, then how big would this tower be? It's probably even larger than Great Buddha Mountain. Suddenly, a tyrannical aura smashed open a gilded door and barged into the plaza. The huge figure seemed to have squeezed in through the door. Each of its fangs was sharper than a spear, and it spat out gusts of foul wind. Another one. Are you Doge? Li Qingshan noticed the monster's deep, violet eyes and recalled how Doge looked like when he held back his strength and demonified. Roar! Doge let out a threatening roar before attacking. I never thought he'd become like this. Is it because he's devoured too many demon hearts? Li Qingshan could sense that the demon chi on Doge was extremely violent and intense. He had to maintain the demon suppression tower and chains of demon suppression, so he could not free up his hands to suppress Doge. Doge also glanced at Li Qingshan and Little An. He looked past them and stared at the demon suppression statue. The demon suppression statue also stared back at him. In the end, it lowered its head and looked at the scattered demon hearts on the ground. Greed filled its eyes. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He powered the divine talisman of great creation, and a monster identical to Doge but even larger and more vicious blocked Doge's path, roaring loudly. This is... Does he even know illusions? The dauntless monk was slightly surprised. He was knowledgeable, but he did not know much about the school of novels that was on the brink of decline. Doge's body shrank slightly. He was immediately angered. He lunged over viciously, but he missed. The monster twisted and vanished with a gentle touch from him. With his current level of intelligence, it became even more difficult for him to understand what was going on. He was taken aback. However, Li Qingshan used this opportunity to wave his hand. His aura swept up all the demon hearts and returned them to his hand. He said to Doge, "Do you want them?" Doge lunged over with a roar. Although he was colossal, his lunge was extremely agile. The more demon hearts he devoured, the more violent he became and the more he demonified. However, he was unable to suppress this urge, as if he was a person drifting on the ocean. He was like a person who could not help but drink seawater. The hunger and thirst he felt could not be described with words. Li Qingshan turned around and threw hard, tossing all the demon hearts backwards. Doge did not hesitate. He immediately gave up on Li Qingshan and flew over Li Qingshan's head, pursuing the demon hearts. The demon hearts all flew in the direction of the demon suppression tower. Rise! Li Qingshan sniggered. The chains of demon suppression slackened, and the demon suppression tower flew high into the air. Lietu was crushed under the demon suppression tower. He finally gave up on the pointless struggle. However, when he sat down, he discovered the speed at which the evil eye corroded him. It was not as fast as he imagined it to be. Beneath the tower, his mind instead recovered some clarity. He came to a slight understanding. This tower can suppress demonic nature and demon chi. It's not just mine, but also the evil eye's. This is a great opportunity for me to completely control the evil eye. I refuse to believe he can suppress me forever. As long as he withdraws the technique, I'll charge out and kill them. No, I'll make them taste the torture of the demon race. Just as he was thinking about this, his eyes suddenly lit up. His reaction was extremely fast, and he immediately swung his sword. He saw nearly 100 demon hearts flying over, but behind them was a huge and malevolent demonic beast. The killing intent on his face turned into astonishment. In the air, Doge extended his long, scarlet tongue and swallowed the demon hearts of almost 100 powerful demon generals. However, his colossal body lunged towards Lietu with the momentum. His two large, deep purple eyes suddenly saw the eyeball on Lietu's chest, as well as the demon heart in it. Immediately, he was like a dog that had seen a bone. His lunge became even more determined. He pushed Lietu to the ground. Boom! The demon suppression tower became even larger and more dignified in the air. It crushed down once again, crushing both Doge and Lietu. The demon suppression statuary had one benefit. The stronger the opponent's demonic nature and demon chi, the more powerful their attacks would be. After suppressing the two of them at the same time, it instead became more and more stable, as they were not working together to destroy the tower. Instead, they were locked in an intense internal battle. Li Qingshan sat on the top of the tower. The furious roars of humans and beasts rang out from beneath him. Lietu was extremely powerful when he became one with the sword, while Duoj had become extremely crazy after completely demonifying. He had just devoured 100 demon hearts, so he was definitely not a weakling either. Lietu could no longer calm down and slowly control the evil eye, or he would only be devoured. He could only beg for power from the evil eye while it devoured him bit by bit. The sliver of clarity in his heart vanished, and he gradually became crazy. In the narrow space, man and beast engaged in a melee where they could not dodge, biting and stabbing madly. Once they're almost done fighting, I'll open the tower. We'll kill the swordsman first and take the sword for ourselves. Li Qingshan sat on the top of the tower and instructed Little and asked, then what about Duoj? If we can help him recover his consciousness, that would be for the best. If not, Li Qingshan paused, kill him. A while later, the sounds of battle in the demon suppression tower did not weaken at all. Instead, they became even more shrill and loud. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, it gradually weakened. Li Qingshan and Little exchanged glances. They called out, "Rise!" Chapter 585. The traitorous demon sword. The demon suppression tower flew high into the air, and scarlet blood immediately began to flow. Duoj pressed down on Lietu with his claws and fangs, pressing down firmly on Lietu's shoulders with his powerful claws. He completely ignored the swords that had pierced him as he bit down desperately with his gaping mouth. His scarlet tongue constantly flickered, wanting to devour the demon heart in Lietu's chest. Lietu no longer seemed human at all. The swords on his body were like thorns, stabbing deeply into Duoj's body. However, they were unable to stop his fanged mouth, constantly pressing down. Duoj was attracted by the smell of the demon heart. He completely ignored how many wounds he had received. Blood flowed down like a spring, dyeing the golden ground red. Originally, Lietu possessed the evil eye and the ability to see where the demon heart was. No matter where his opponent hid their demon heart, he could strike a fatal blow. However, who knew how many demon hearts Duoj had devoured along the way with Li Qingshan and Little N? He was unable to digest them immediately, so he stored them all in his body, preventing the evil eye from finding the true location of the demon heart. Lietu raised his head and vaguely saw Li Qingshan and Little N. He could sense that his will was being assimilated by the evil eye. Before long, he would be completely devoured. Arg! Lietu let out a hysterical howl of despair. The swords on his body retracted one by one, and his jaw widened to an unbelievable degree. Suddenly, a streak of light shot out from his mouth, shooting towards Li Qingshan like a bolt of lightning. Faced with such an unexpected situation, Li Qingshan was unable to dodge, or in other words, he could not use his true strength to dodge. He remained composed. The demon-suppressing pagoda descended from the sky, and with a loud bang, it enveloped him within. An idea struck Li Qingshan as well. Yes, as it turned out, not only could the demon suppression tower trap enemies, but it could also protect him. Although it could not kill enemies, it was still an extremely practical move. And, he could sense that the glow of the demon heart had dimmed significantly in the demon suppression tower. The demon suppression tower was not just used to suppress demons. More importantly, it was used to suppress his demonic nature. He could not help but think of the third demon suppression statue, where the demonic man was bound in chains. He must have bound himself with chains and used the tower to suppress himself when he was unable to control himself. However, it was pitch black here, so he couldn't see what was happening outside. Just as he thought of that, his eyes lit up. He saw what was happening outside. The demon suppression tower seemed to become transparent. He could clearly see the fierce light colliding with the demon suppression tower, kicking up sparks. As it turned out, it was a sword, constantly shooting out from Lietu's mouth. Liatu's desperate counterattack was quite powerful. Perhaps even the spirit turtle's profound shell would struggle to block it, but it was unable to pierce the demon suppression tower. It was not because the demon suppression tower was tougher than the spirit turtle's profound shell, but because the demon suppression tower possessed a demon-suppressing power that specifically suppressed demon folk. No matter how powerful their attacks were, they would all be weakened by 70 to 80% when they landed on the demon suppression tower. Duoj used this opportunity to lunge at the eyeball. Li Qingshan waved his hand in the demon suppression tower, and black chains shot out, wrapping around Duoj. Duoj struggled violently, and the chains snapped one by one. However, even more chains immediately wrapped around him. He was already heavily injured in the battle just now, so he was no longer as vicious as before. Liatu's final strike had finally reached the end of its tether. He collapsed on the ground, turning into a corpse. The demon suppression tower flew up once again, crushing towards Duoj. Li Qingshan smiled. I can't just let you eat the sword that I've taken a fancy to. At this moment, something happened. Duoj's scarlet tongue suddenly elongated rapidly. A mouth filled with sharp teeth opened up at the front, biting towards the eyeball on Liatu's chest. Just when Little An wanted to swing his sword and cut off the tongue, the situation changed again. Liatu's corpse moved again, flying towards Li Qingshan. Humph, you actually know how to play dead. Li Qingshan extended his hand and grabbed Liatu by the neck. To his surprise, Liatu did not struggle or resist. He simply stiffened, without moving at all. His flesh and blood rapidly withered away. Only the eyeball on his chest remained the same. A while later, black residue fell to the ground. Liatu had completely vanished, only leaving behind a strange-looking sword in Li Qingshan's hand. Interesting. Looks like it's not just the divine sword that's sentient. The demonic sword is the same. This sword actually knows how to seek fortune and avoid calamity, forsaking darkness for light. Not bad, not bad. Li Qingshan caressed the sword and smiled. The demonic sword that had just lost its master seemed extremely docile. The eye swiveled around, even voluntarily transferring its power to Li Qingshan. A voice seemed to whisper in his ear, I'm very sharp. I'm very powerful. Pick me up. I'll help you kill all your enemies. If a regular person obtained such a strange demonic sword, they would inevitably feel some disgust, even if they loved its power and could not bear to destroy or abandon it. However, Li Qingshan liked it very much. He said to the strange eye on the hilt, Sword, oh sword. Sword, oh sword, every master of yours must have ended up like this, right? You've abandoned and betrayed them all. However, it's not your fault. You're just a sword. It's their fault for being too weak. People always wanted to be loyal to themselves. Women needed to be loyal, friends needed to be loyal, and even dogs and horses needed to be loyal. However, eternal loyalty did not exist. If a horse was loyal, it would be ridden. If a dog was loyal, it would be driven. Li Qingshan did not intend to be loyal to anyone, nor did he need anyone or anything to be loyal to him. From today onwards, your name will be Betrayal. Yes, the demon sword of betrayal. I'll call you the traitorous demon sword. The sword glowed brilliantly, as if it was leaping in response. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. If he did not want to be betrayed by the sword, he could only continue to grow stronger and work hard to survive. He casually slung the traitorous demon sword over his shoulder. This sword was 3 meters long. It was perfect for him to use after he demonized. Li Qingshan looked through the demon suppression tower and saw Duoj roaring madly as he constantly slammed into the demon suppression tower. Although he was heavily injured, the power of the hundreds of demon hearts surged in his body. His injuries rapidly healed, and his demonization grew stronger. Li Qingshan sighed softly. He really could not associate this with that dark and skinny child. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the demon suppression tower. Duoj lunged towards him. The two of them were very different in size, like a tiger lunging at a rabbit. Duoj was much more powerful than a tiger, but Li Qingshan was no rabbit either. He took a step forward with his left foot and planted his foot on the ground like he was nailed to the ground. He took in a deep breath, and his chest bulged. His right arm swung backwards, stretching it to the limit. Like a battering ram ready to strike, he threw a vicious punch at Duoj's head. Duoj was sent flying and slammed into the wall. He crawled to his feet and shook his head. A few of his teeth had been broken, and blood oozed from his mouth. The punch contained the powerful power to suppress demons. After reaching the sixth diagram of the demon suppression statuary, the demon heart in Li Qingshan's body had become even more crystalline and transparent, and his destructive power against demon folk had become even greater. Duoj let out a wild roar and lunged over again. He did not know the fear of death at all. Afterwards, with a thump, he was launched into the air again, leaving behind a long, bloody trail on the ground. Li Qingshan pulled back his fist. His disorderly attacks could only overwhelm the weaklings. They posed no threat to him at all. If it were not for the fact that Liatu was trapped in the narrow demon suppression tower, unable to move about freely, he probably would have cut up and killed Duoj a long time ago. If he wanted to kill Duoj, it would not take him much effort either. However, as he gazed into the pair of violet eyes, the figure of the child seemed to appear before him, and he thought of the demon suppression statues again, as well as the male demon who struggled painfully in his demonic nature. I hope you can feel this pain. Li Qingshan thought to himself as he gazed at the lunging Duoj. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly saw the specks of demon heart that twinkled like stars in Duoj's body. He could even clearly sense the quality of these demon hearts and whether the demonic nature they contained was pure or not. Glancing at the traitorous demon sword behind him, Li Qingshan opened his fist and extended his index and middle fingers, pressing them against Duoj's head viciously. The power of demon suppression penetrated his body, and one of the demon hearts in Duoj's head immediately dimmed, no longer glowing. His demonic nature had been suppressed. It seems to be working. Li Qingshan tilted his body and allowed a huge claw to sweep past him. A hook sent Duoj into the air, and the two demon hearts in his lower jaw dimmed as well. Li Qingshan's legs parted, and he punched out with both fists. In that moment, he seemed to have grown 100 arms, and his fists rained down on Duoj's abdomen like a storm. Duoj constantly trembled in the air, roaring and roaring furiously. He wanted to fight back, but Li Qingshan's final punch sent him flying. Duoj flipped over before climbing to his feet. The demon chi on his body decreased sharply, and a sliver of clarity appeared in the depths of his violet eyes. Every single punch from Li Qingshan poured the power of demon suppression into his body, extinguishing several dozen demon hearts. With a flash, Li Qingshan arrived beside Duoj. His feet moved, and his figure flickered as he punched Duoj again and again. With each punch, a demon heart would dim. In the end, only a single demon heart remained in his abdomen, shining brightly. Who knew how many demon hearts it had fused with? It had become the size of a fist, and its surface was uneven, shining with rainbow light. Wake up! Li Qingshan bellowed out and slammed his palm into Duoj's abdomen, sinking deeply into it. Light flowed, and he had already poured all the power of demon suppression into the palm strike. Suddenly, he came to a realization. So this is demon suppression, not demon slaying or demon purging. Because the demon senior who created this cultivation method was also a demon folk, his goal was not to kill all demons, but to save the demons controlled by demon hearts. A tiny figure burst out of the colossal demonic beast's body. It was Duoj's original appearance. Li Qingshan caught him and placed him on the ground gently. I've already done everything I can. As for whether you can wake up or not, that'll be up to you. The dauntless monk saw this and thought, this child seems vicious, but he possesses a great Buddhist nature, possessing a benevolent heart. Duoj frowned firmly. His eyelashes trembled, and his expression changed. The demon suppression statues appeared in his head, gradually blurring before turning into his appearance in the end. Chapter 586. Acknowledging a master, Duoj still wanted to say something, but a feeling he had never experienced before welled up in his heart. Many matters of the past rushed over like a tsunami. His distant home, his dead parents. The matters of the past that he originally did not care about suddenly became clear, piercing his heart. He could not help but feel sorrowful, and tears fell like rain. Li Qingshan rubbed his head. Cry. Pain will always surpass everything you've been taught, surpass senseless numbness. Even wild beasts understand sorrow. It was all thanks to the wonders of the demon suppression statuary, Li Qingshan's assistance, and his own comprehension that Doge was able to return from demonification this time. He immediately broke through the restraints of his demon heart and sensed the emotions of ordinary people. After experiencing an intense battle and experiencing unprecedented emotional changes, Doge fell asleep after a bout of heart-wrenching tears. Li Qingshan looked back again, gazing below the demon suppression statue. He felt an urge to take another step forward and descend to the next floor. Now that he possessed the traitorous demon sword and the demon suppression tower, his strength had basically increased drastically. Little and grabbed his sleeve and shook his head gently. Li Qingshan nodded. If he descended any further, true demon commanders would definitely appear. If he was not careful, a troublesome situation would arise. Come down, come down. I will give you the greatest power. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in his head. It was extremely dignified, mixed with a strange hum. It made people want to follow its orders involuntarily. Li Qingshan blanked out for a moment before immediately returning to his senses. He asked, "Who are you? Where are you?" "I'm at the very bottom. As long as you come, I'll give you the greatest power so that you can run amok and do whatever you want." Li Qingshan could not help but laugh. "Ha, you better wait until you run amok and do whatever you want before saying this to me. Compared to being a prisoner, I think you'll have a better future as a prison warden." The unraging monk wanted to accept him as a disciple, but he refused, let alone risking his life to find a prisoner. "Do you think I'm an idiot? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who I am?" The voice was instantly enraged. Li Qingshan was being unreasonable. The strange buzzing sound suddenly became louder, as if there were dozens of hacksaws pulling at his brain. The pain was unbearable. His expression changed slightly, and he mocked even more, "I don't care who you are. Trash, come and kill me if you have the ability." These levels of the demon suppression hall were like isolated spaces. For this voice to come from the bottom level, its strength was definitely extraordinary. Furthermore, it was specially suppressed in the lowest level, so it was definitely a ferocious demon. It was definitely not someone the current Li Qingshan could fight against. But since it was already suppressed, what was there to be afraid of? "When you break out in 500 years, I will stab you to death with a finger, believe it or not." The voice immediately quieted down. Suddenly, there was a tremor beneath his feet. The demon suppression hall rumbled and shook, as if a ferocious beast was about to break free from its suppression. "It can't be that bad, right? It's going to be born today." Li Qingshan was shocked. At this moment, a fat, smiling monk strode over with a leg of lamb in one hand and a gourd of alcohol in the other. His sleeves ruffled as he strode over. He wore a pair of tattered shoes. With each step he took, the demon suppression hall would tremble a little less. By the time he arrived in front of Li Qingshan, the demon suppression hall had completely settled down. He was the unraging monk. The unraging monk was tall and large, but he only reached the waist of the demonified Li Qingshan. However, when he walked over, Li Qingshan felt like a mountain was crushing down on him. The unraging monk laughed aloud. "My good disciple, why don't you hurry up and acknowledge me as your master?" Li Qingshan was taken aback. "Didn't I say I don't want to become a monk? You and the Buddha have we have a destiny." The unraging monk extended his hand and pressed it against Li Qingshan's shoulder, smiling mysteriously. Due to the difference in height, the unraging monk originally had to leap up to reach Li Qingshan's shoulder. In the eyes of others, it seemed like Li Qingshan had voluntarily reverted to his human form, allowing the unraging monk to succeed. However, when Li Qingshan glanced at the fat hand on his shoulder, he understood it extremely well. When the hand extended over, it possessed a tremendous yet extremely familiar power, suppressing all of his demonic nature and demon qi. He suddenly understood what the unraging monk meant when he said, "We have a destiny." This was the power of demon suppression from the demon suppression statuary. And it was clearly much more skilled and powerful than him. Perhaps it had already completely comprehended the demon suppression statuary. As it turned out, the unraging monk was the first person to practice the demon suppression statuary in the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Li Qingshan could not help but study the smiling, kind, chubby face in front of him. Who would have thought the unraging monk who was equivalent to a monk king in the Chan monastery of Devanaga would actually possess such a powerful demonic nature? He did not know that over a century ago, the unraging monk was known for being easily angered and bloodthirsty. Only later on did his personality change drastically, becoming so easygoing and smiling. However, he could vaguely guess that the unraging monk might be even more dangerous than the dauntless monk. Li Qingshan cursed inside, "Sure enough, if you're not bald, you're not venomous. If you're not venomous, you're not bald. There's nothing good about monks." Afterwards, he deliberated over his words. "Master, I'm about to return to my hometown to get married very soon. I really can't convert to Buddhism, so please spare me." No matter how powerful the voice earlier was, it was still suppressed under the demon suppression statuary. It was equivalent to a vicious beast trapped in a cage. However, the vicious beast before him stood outside the cage, with a claw on his shoulder. "You're the first person to practice the demon suppression statuary in the Chan monastery of Devanaga. The demon suppression statuary is the supreme cultivation method of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, a secret that is not passed on to outsiders. My senior brother said you trespassed in the inner courtyard, and he was only using it as an excuse. He won't do anything to you in the end, but when it comes to a cultivation method like this, do you think he'll spare you even if I spare you? This, if you don't agree to it, all I can do is cripple your demon heart and destroy your demon suppression statuary. Everything you've obtained along the way will be for naught. Then do it, master. That woman is deeply in love with me. I really can't turn my back on her." Li Qingshan exhaled deeply. I didn't think you'd be so infatuated looking at how heartless you are." The unraging monk shot him a glance and clicked his tongue in wonder. "You're the infatuated one. Your entire family is infatuated one." "I'm a heartless, true man," Li Qingshan said. He felt like he was becoming closer to a demon for some reason. Was it because he had condensed a demon heart? Forget it. There's no need for you to be a monk. The unraging monk swung his sleeve. "Thank you for your generosity, master." Li Qingshan clasped his hands. "Though, you still have to accept me as your master." "Ha! Secular disciples aren't prohibited from marrying. Eating meat and drinking alcohol are all fine too. You don't have anything to say about that, do you?" The unraging monk scratched his bald head and smiled bitterly. With his cultivation, the number of people who wanted to accept him as their master could line up all the way from the Chan monastery of Devanaga to South Hub City. He had taken the initiative to accept this kid as his disciple, yet he was extremely reluctant. "Then I have another question," Li Qingshan said sternly. "Ask away. Are there any benefits?" "What benefits do you want?" The unraging monk chuckled. Li Qingshan felt his shoulder tighten. The unraging monk's voice exploded in Li Qingshan's head. "If you still don't agree, I'll destroy you. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple." Li Qingshan did not try to be unreasonable. It was not like he had to remain in the Chan monastery of Devanaga as a monk. He could even have a powerful figure who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation as his master, so why not? "Though, monk, oh monk, if you force me to become your disciple now, you better not regret it in the future." The unraging monk smiled. "Very good. From today onwards, you're my first disciple. You can naturally inherit my legacy in the future." Li Qingshan snickered and said nothing more. The unraging monk stroked Duoge's face gently, and Duoge woke up. He saw a large, round face that resembled a full moon, and he was alarmed. Was the person before him the most terrifying existence among humans, a monk? Legend had it that humans were already extremely stupid, and monks were the worst of them all. They believed in the head monk, yet he had actually done something as unbelievably stupid as cutting off his own flesh to feed eagles. If anyone was not as stupid as them, they would kill them. Duoge hid behind Li Qingshan in a hurry out of fright. Although he had broken free of the demon heart's restraints on his thoughts, certain fixed thoughts could not be changed so easily. The unraging monk asked with a smile, "Do you want to leave the demon suppression hall?" "I do," Duoge said immediately. After breaking free of the restraints of the demon heart, he immediately sensed just how unfortunate it was to be trapped here and have to kill his own clansmen. As long as there was even the slightest chance, he would try it. "As long as you accept me as your master, you can leave here," said the unraging monk. The unraging monk said. This little demon folk had returned to his original state from absolute demonification. Although he himself had yet to fully recover, he had actually gained some comprehension over the demon suppression statuary already. If he could be properly trained, perhaps he would be the best candidate to cultivate the demon suppression statuary given his origins as a demon. Duoge immediately hesitated. Asking him to accept a monk as his master was like asking a devout Buddhist to accept a demon folk as his master. It was truly difficult to accept. This was also proof that he had broken free from the restraints of the demon heart, beginning to possess his own will and judgment. In the past, as long as there were benefits to him, he probably would have agreed to it in a hurry, no matter what was right or wrong. "Accept me as your master." Li Qingshan extended his hand and grabbed Duoge by the neck, lifting him out from behind and placing him in front of him. They had already reached this point, so what else was there to say? "Venerable." Duoge looked back in surprise. He glanced at Li Qingshan before looking at the smiling unraging monk before him. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed a few times obediently. He thought, since even the Venerable has said that, then it's obviously very reasonable. The Venerable won't harm me. Even when he demonified and went berserk, he still retained some memories. He knew that Li Qingshan had saved him again, which filled his heart with a strange feeling he had never experienced before. It was gratitude and trust. Demon folk did not possess these feelings. Right now, I only have the two of you as my disciples. In the future, you seniors and juniors need to help each other. Whatever, it's all nonsense. Do you have any alcohol cups? Li Qingshan took out a few cups. The unraging monk filled 3 cups before picking up one for himself. He chuckled. "Come, let me offer you a cup." With that, he downed it all. Chapter 587. Separation. The unraging monk arrived outside the demon suppression hall with Li Qingshan's 3 companions. Li Qingshan felt his entire body lighten up. Even his breathing became much smoother. He always felt like he was being suppressed in the demon suppression hall. The vegetation was verdant, and the setting sun illuminated the area. Who knew how much time had passed? Amitabha. One will, come with me. The dauntless monk brought his palms together and chanted the Buddha's name softly. His monk robes draped over the ground as he stared at Little End with his cold, wise eyes. No matter what she meant to the monastery, he could not give up on the opportunity to teach her. He believed there would be a day when she would understand the true essence of the boundless sea of misery and the great path of compassion of the Buddha. "Yes, Abbot." Little End brought her palms together and returned the greeting. Once you become an inner courtyard disciple of the monastery, you can no longer hold any worldly thoughts. Until the day you gain the right to practice the chant of Devanaga, you can't take another step off the mountain, much less see outsiders. Can you do that? Little End turned to look at Li Qingshan. The so-called outsiders obviously did not refer to outsiders. This meant that if she could not undergo the second heavenly tribulation, she would not be able to see Li Qingshan again. Li Qingshan sank into his thoughts. Although he was reluctant, he still nodded. She was only a step away from the second heavenly tribulation. Once she broke through, it would be a whole new world for them. Before that, focusing on cultivation was not a bad thing. Little Ann gritted her teeth gently. I can do that. Let's go to the Grand Hall right now. Under the witness of all the Buddhas, we'll hold a formal ceremony for you to enter the monastery. I'll personally shave your hair. Among all the disciples of the monastery, probably not a lot of them had received such an honor the moment they joined the monastery. However, when Little Ann heard the last sentence, she frowned slightly. Li Qingshan interrupted, Abbot, I don't think all the head monks in the monastery are bald. Even Little Ann's master by name had messy hair. One will, are you the head monk? The dauntless monk did not even look at Li Qingshan and asked Little Ann. No, Little Ann said. In other words, the various head monks had all reached an extremely high level of cultivation in the Buddhist Dharma, so it no longer mattered whether they had hair or not. However, at the unraging monk's level, even if he ate alcohol and drank meat, no one could do anything to him even if he said, the Buddha passed through the intestines, but the alcohol and meat remained in the heart. If an ordinary disciple dared to be so arrogant and disobedient, they would be thrown into the commandment courtyard to be punished, or their cultivation would be crippled and they would be chased out of the sect. Li Qingshan still wanted to say something, but the unraging monk patted his shoulder with a smile. What are you in such a hurry for? It's not like your hair can't grow back even if it's gone. He only chuckled when the dauntless monk glanced at him. Li Qingshan thought about it and agreed. With Little Ann's ability, it would only take a few seconds for him to grow hair. There was no need to argue about it. The dauntless monk said, Junior brother, accepting a disciple is also a major matter for you. Do you want to go to the Grand Hall with me? Not only was the unraging monk accepting a disciple a major matter for the monastery, but it was also a major matter for the entire Green Province. Every single cultivator who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation, regardless of whether they were human or demon, monk or layman, played an important role in this world. Their names resounded across thousands of kilometers. Anything they said or did could influence the situation, let alone something as major as accepting a disciple. The unraging monk raised his head and glanced at the golden hall on top of Great Buddha Mountain. He smiled. I'm an unworldly person, so there's no need for me to do something like this. My two disciples probably don't like these things either. Not to mention, we've already gone through the ceremony of accepting a disciple. That was exactly what the dauntless monk wanted. Although the unraging monk's two disciples possessed great potential, one was a demon, while the other was a so-called secular disciple who refused to become a monk. It would bring no benefit to the monastery's reputation if it became public. Let's go. The dauntless monk turned around and left. Little Ann followed closely behind. Li Qingshan accompanied Xiao An all the way to the Chan monastery of Devanaga. The dauntless monk walked at the front, crossing over a tall doorsill. Suddenly, he said, Idlers, stop. Any further ahead was the inner courtyard of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, and Li Qingshan was only a secular disciple. All Li Qingshan could do was stop and watch Little Ann cross over the tall threshold before turning around. Their eyes met, and he opened his mouth, wanting to say something. The sun was setting right now. The afterglow of the setting sun landed on Little Ann, making her seem even more beautiful and otherworldly. Li Qingshan stood with his back to the light. The light outlined his tall figure. The dauntless monk's eyes flickered, and the vermilion door slammed shut loudly, cutting off their vision. The only color in Little Ann's eyes vanished. The world turned into a half-transparent, pale white color. Color was emptiness. From today onwards, there would only be candles and Buddhas, morning bells and evening drums as companions. She did not dislike a life like this, but she wanted to be by his side even more. Li Qingshan extended his hand and clenched his fist. He felt an urge to smash the door with a single punch and pull her back through it. The door was not particularly sturdy, but no one had ever been bold enough to do that throughout the ages, as this was the monastery's entrance. It represented an inviolable authority. He was not afraid of authority. He believed that only strength could decide everything. He believed that as long as he constantly grew stronger, there would be a day when he could see her whenever he wanted, and no one could stop him. After standing there for a while longer, he heard the chanting from the top of Great Buddha's mountain rush into the air. The dauntless monk's solemn voice rang out from afar, announcing that she had been accepted into the monastery. The Chan monastery of Devanaga had finally opened its arms to her, bestowing her with the greatest honor. The entire cultivation community of the Green Province would learn that the Chan monastery of Devanaga had accepted a disciple, treating her like a supreme treasure. Li Qingshan stood in front of the entrance alone. After listening for a while, he scratched his head and turned around to leave. He returned to the demon suppression hall. The unraging monk sat on the rock with a chuckle, raising his hand to pick up an item. It sparkled under the sunlight. It was a demon heart, and the quality was extremely high. Even Liatu's demon heart paled in comparison. Duoj sat in front of the rock with his legs crossed, raising his head and staring at the demon heart in a daze, like a child who wanted to eat candy. The unraging monk said, "Call me Master 10,000 times, and I'll give it to you." Duoj immediately said, "Master, Master, Master." The unraging monk laughed aloud in great delight. Li Qingshan was speechless. His actions really did not resemble an eminent monk of Buddhism at all. He made his way over and clasped his hands. "Master, I've come to bid farewell." Although their relationship had already been established, he had far too many secrets on him, so it was best if he used this opportunity to withdraw. And he had no interest in the Buddhist Dharma. The unraging monk could not teach him anything either. "I knew you wouldn't want to stay, you damned disciple. Fortunately, I still have a good disciple. Just listen to how smoothly he calls you master." The unraging monk rubbed Duoj's head with a smile. Li Qingshan thought, if there are benefits, I can probably call him that a little more smoothly too. "Since you have no interest in staying here, then go." Li Qingshan never expected the unraging monk to agree so easily. He said in a hurry, "Thank you, master." He turned around and left, but he had only taken a few steps when he heard the unraging monk say to Duoj, "You've seen the statues in the hall, right? I'll explain the true meaning of the demon suppression statuary to you. Only by suppressing that demon heart can you truly understand what it's like to be human." As a result, Li Qingshan made his way back silently and sat down beside Duoj. He had sensed a long time ago that the unraging monk had obtained the true legacy of the demon suppression statuary, and with his cultivation, he must have seen all 9 statues in their entirety. Coupled with his many years of comprehension and cultivation, he would definitely be much better than him, who had only skimmed through them. "Damned disciple, why have you returned again?" the unraging monk asked with a smile. "You can call me by my name." "Whatever, damned disciple. Since you want to listen, then you can listen along the way. Don't say I'm not loyal." Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. "What the hell? Is there loyalty between a master and a disciple? Do you think this is the Jianghu? Whatever, as long as I can learn something." But a while later, the unraging monk only smiled without saying anything. Li Qingshan asked in confusion, "Master?" The unraging monk pointed at Duoj with a smile. As it turned out, Duoj had not finished calling him master 10,000 times. Finally, Duoj finished calling him master 10,000 times. Under Duoj's eager gaze, the unraging monk stowed the demon heart away slowly and said kindly, "You're still too young right now. I'll help you put it away for now. I'll give it to you in the future." Duoj pouted, but he dared not say anything. He only felt that monks were not as stupid as they were rumored to be. Li Qingshan vaguely recalled how all his lucky money from his past life had vanished just like that. He could not help but say, "Master really is a good monk who's loyal." Duoj had noticed a long time ago that the great monk before him was not easy to deal with. When he heard Li Qingshan say, "Good," he panicked inside. Isn't he cursing me? The Venerable is standing up for me. It'll be bad if I anger this monk, so he said in a hurry. The Venerable is wrong. Master is a bad monk. He's evil through and through. Chapter 588. A string of prayer beads. The unraging monk paused. I don't know either. Right? Double quotation mark. Li Qingshan cursed inside. The unraging monk continued with a smile. Actually, it doesn't matter who created a cultivation method. What matters is what it can bring me. Damned disciple, you've already reached the 6th fragment of the demon suppression statuary. You can freely use the chains of demon suppression and the demon suppression tower, but does that count as learning it? It's only a few. Li Qingshan said. Even the arts of the boundless ocean required him to constantly cultivate and comprehend before he could make a breakthrough, let alone the even more profound demon suppression statuary. He was just taking advantage of the powerful demonic nature and the fact that he did not have to worry about it losing control. At least you still have some self-awareness. Although the two of you have entered my tutelage, I presume that the two of you won't be interested in the true Buddhist scriptures. Listen to the profundities of this demon suppression statuary from your master. Yes, master. Li Qingshan brought his palms together and lowered his head, saying politely. No matter how arrogant he usually was, he obviously had to accept the teachings humbly and listen attentively after receiving free guidance. Doge also followed suit in a hurry, bringing his palms together. Yes, master. The unraging monk smiled. A century ago, I was once known as the Monk of Fury. I couldn't stand any injustice in the world. Instead, whenever I saw people oppressing the kind-hearted, I would kill them as soon as possible, regardless of their identity or cultivation. I wandered the world for many years, and who knows how many lives I've taken. The fury in my heart burned more and more fiercely, and I lost my mind, violating the precepts of anger. Before I knew it, I'd already entered the demonic path. The unraging monk sat on the rock and told him about his past experiences, such as why he was punished to watch over the demon suppression statuary, and why he learnt the demon suppression statuary. Li Qingshan listened quietly. He sighed over the unraging monk's mental journey, but he also gained quite a lot of enlightenment from his experiences comprehending the demon suppression statuary. Before he knew it, the sun had set, and the sky was filled with stars. Time passed. Before he knew it, a month had passed. In front of the demon suppression hall, the grass grew long and the nightingales flew. The scenery was just like before. Under the slanting sunlight, Li Qingshan slept on the stone tablet in front of the demon suppression hall. Alcohol jars of various sizes filled his left and right, and the heavy fragrance of alcohol lingered in the air. He yawned and stretched, waking up from his dream. He rubbed his face. I didn't think I'd actually lose to that old baldy in drinking. He must have secretly used his powers, bullying me because my cultivation is lower than his. The sound of a wooden fish rang out by his ear. Turning around, he saw the unraging monk sitting in the shade of the mountain, on a tall patch of grass. He struck the wooden fish with one hand and held prayer beads with the other. Li Qingshan rolled over and laid on his side on the stone tablet. He asked in surprise, Master, you chant scriptures too? Of technique. Li of Tao is. Li of Master of Tao is. Li Qingshan. Of. Li of. Li Qingshan. Li smiled. If I were Master of Tao, I'd cleave you in half right now. That's why you're not Master of Tao. That's why you're not Master of Tao. The unraging monk smiled. His smile contained an indescribable sense of zen, which made Li Qingshan suddenly recall that this smiling monk was a great master who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan asked, Junior brother still hasn't come out? The unraging monk said, Soon. He's already reached the 4th floor. It's about time for him to back out. Master, why don't you just teach us the entire demon suppression statuary? Recently, Li Qingshan had listened to the unraging monk explain the true essence of the demon suppression statuary day and night. He felt like he had benefited tremendously from it, and he acknowledged this unrestrained and fearless master a little more. However, he also became more and more curious about what would happen to the demon suppression statuary next. The unraging monk said, "If you want to learn it all, then you'll have to kill your way through the floors yourself. The demon suppression statuary is not written. It can only be passed on to outsiders. It's not something that can be passed down through words. I'm very curious. If the first diagram of the demon suppression statuary is on the very top floor, only the weaker demon folk will have the opportunity to see it. Their demonic nature is insufficient, so they'll struggle to achieve anything even if they comprehend it. As for the powerful demon folk, if they're suppressed at the very bottom, won't they never have the opportunity to learn the demon suppression statuary? Once you reach the very bottom of the demon suppression hall, you'll naturally understand. Don't worry, that day will come sooner or later. As long as you're confident. However, before you undergo the third heavenly tribulation, I won't allow you to enter the 9th floor of the demon suppression hall. Just what is suppressed there? You'll naturally understand when you see him in the future. Alright. No matter who he is, I'll kill him sooner or later." Li Qingshan leaned on his arms and gazed at the sky. It had already been a month since he last saw Little Ant, so he felt rather empty inside. Only when he thought about how close they were now did he feel slightly at ease. Actually, the unraging monk had basically told him everything he needed to tell him about the demon suppression statuary a few days ago. What happened next required Li Qingshan to slowly comprehend it himself, but he did not make a decision immediately. After being away for so long, the power of the water god's seal had already declined by quite a lot. Without the assistance of the water god's seal, the suppression of the spirit turtle immediately became unstable. The demon suppression statuary could only serve as a support. It was about time for him to return. If he stayed any longer, he would probably give himself away, and there were still many entanglements in the Clear River Prefecture that he could not give up on so easily. If it were not for these reasons, he would be more than willing to remain in the valley and watch over the glistening top of the Buddha silently, waiting for the day she returned. As his thoughts ran wild, the unraging monk said, "He's back." Before long, Doge flew out of the demon suppression hall. He seemed much stronger, and his violet eyes shone. After the unraging monk's guidance, he entered the demon suppression hall again and truly learnt the first 3 forms of the demon suppression statuary. "Master, senior brother," Doge said excitedly. Because he had suppressed his demon heart, he now seemed a little more spirited than a regular child. "You've done well. I'll treat you to some alcohol." Li Qingshan leapt to his feet and tossed over a jar of alcohol. Doge caught the jar and gulped it all down. Looking at the jars and jars on the ground, he said unhappily, "Master, senior brother, you've been drinking so much behind my back. Who told you to come back so slowly? If you were a little later, you wouldn't be able to see me anymore." Doge was slightly surprised. "Senior brother, you're leaving?" Li Qingshan said, "I've basically learnt everything I need to learn. If I don't go home and spend time with my wife, am I supposed to spend time with monks here?" "Spending time with monks is pretty good too," Doge said reluctantly. During this period of time, he had also experienced unprecedented warmth in the human world, and understood the warmth between people. He was no longer that little demon folk who was completely unaware of his father's death. "You're still young." Li Qingshan sniggered and bowed towards the unraging monk. "Master, I've finally waited for little junior brother to come out. I still have many mundane affairs to attend to, so I'll be bidding farewell to Master right now. If Master has anything to say, please say it quickly. Both of you, come here." The unraging monk chased Li Qingshan off the rock and sat down with his legs crossed, rubbing his ankles. He did not care about his posture at all. When the 2 of them arrived before him, he said, "You've become my disciple, so you should receive a gift for your first meeting. However, the time wasn't right in the past. If my traitorous disciple wants to leave today, I won't be able to stop him, so I have something for each of you." Li Qingshan's face lit up. The gift he had been waiting for was finally here. With his master's cultivation, the gift definitely wouldn't be shabby. Though, there's no need to call me a traitorous disciple at a time like this. Duoj, you're the most obedient, 10 times better than this traitorous disciple. I'll give it to you first. Li Qingshan twitched his lips and snorted, but when he saw the gift the unraging monk had taken out, he could not help but become stunned. The unraging monk had taken out a great string of prayer beads. There were 108 of them in total. Every single one of them was a different color, and they varied in size too, but they were translucent and glowed with rainbow light. If they were just regular gems, then so be it, but the issue was that every single prayer bead was a demon heart. The demon heart that the unraging monk had used to make Duoj call him master was among them. These were not 108 prayer beads, but 108 demon hearts from demon commanders. In the cultivation community, that was basically equivalent to 108 golden cores. Duoj became even more dazzled by it. He even forgot to speak. I've watched over the demon suppression hall for a century, and I just happened to collect a string of prayer beads like this. I'll give it to you today. Duoj, as a demon folk, your demon heart has already merged with your body, so you can't remove it. If you want to continue on the path of cultivation, the best way is to practice the demon suppression statuary. Wear this string of prayer beads. The power and demonic nature inside will naturally infect you. I hope you can hold on to your original heart and not be bewitched by the demonic nature. Then, these won't be 108 demon hearts, but 108 Bodhi. All your worries are Bodhi. The unraging monk hung the string of demon heart prayer beads around Duoj's neck gently. He gulped and held back his urge to directly devour them. He lowered his head. Thank you, Master. Li Qingshan already knew that the demon suppression hall was not completely sealed off. Instead, it was connected to a certain world of demons. Every once in a while, many demon folk would be drawn in, which was why it could serve as a trial ground for the Chan monastery of Devanaga. The unraging monk had watched over the demon suppression hall for all these years, so it was nothing strange for him to have accumulated so much. With this string of prayer beads, not only would Duoj have the opportunity to learn the entire demon suppression statuary, but his cultivation would probably advance rapidly too. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Li Qingshan could not help but become eager too. What would his gift be? He was not particularly eager for demon hearts. As the demon hearts condensed from the demonic nature of the ox demon and tiger demon were far too pure, they instead could not tolerate the existence of any other demonic nature. Even if he obtained these demon hearts, he would only be able to feed the traitorous demon sword, and these demon hearts should have already depleted his master's reserves. Was it the renowned Great Dragon Core of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga? It was rumored that the Great Dragon Core could ward off all poisons and heal all wounds, not only physical wounds, but also wounds to the soul. It could also purge inner demons, allowing cultivation to advance rapidly. It was known as the Pill of Vigor that could cure all illnesses in the cultivation world. Chapter 589. Sunlight could not reach the entrance of the demon suppression hall. A string of prayer beads lay quietly on the unraging monk's wide, fleshy hand, drawing over Li Qingshan's gaze. There were only 18 prayer beads on the string, and they were worn on the wrist. They seemed to be made of wood, perfectly round and uniform in size. Only one was slightly larger. They did not glow at all, so they did not seem special at all. They were no different from regular prayer beads. However, Li Qingshan was not worried. Just like how sages kept their appearances hidden, powerful arcane artifacts and treasures were probably the same. The string of prayer beads seemed to be worn by the unraging monk regularly, so they must be extraordinary. The treatment of his first disciple could not be any worse than Duoj's. However, the unraging monk's behavior made Li Qingshan even more certain of this. He glanced at the prayer beads in his hand rather reluctantly before saying, "Damned disciple, extend your hand. Damned disciple, extend your hand." Li Qingshan extended his hand, and the unraging monk personally placed the string of prayer beads on Li Qingshan's hand. Li Qingshan was secretly perplexed. He did not sense any pulses of spiritual energy at all. He tried to probe it with his soul sense, but he could not sense anything special either. However, there must be some other reason why his master treasured it so much. The unraging monk explained, "This string of prayer beads itself isn't some powerful arcane artifact, but my master personally handed it to me, so it holds extraordinary significance. In particular, after it fell into my hands, I wore it constantly and stroked it day and night, soaking it with my blood and sweat. You must remember to keep it safe and not lose it. Isn't the difference in treatment far too great?" Li Qingshan glanced at the demon heart prayer beads on Duo's neck again. He was tempted to remove the prayer beads and throw them viciously at the unraging monk's smiling, chubby face. "Damned Baldy, are you looking down on me? Apart from blood and sweat, there's also lard, goat oil, and butter. I've personally seen you drink and eat meat with this thing." Just like that, he viciously imagined it in his head. Obviously, he could not actually put it into practice. Li Qingshan clasped his hands casually. "Thank you for your great gift, master. I'll be taking my leave now." The string of prayer beads on his wrist became more and more greasy. He was tempted to take it off immediately. If the unraging monk had only given Li Qingshan a string of prayer beads as a souvenir, the unraging monk would have given Li Qingshan a string of prayer beads. Li Qingshan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. However, he had given Duoj a priceless demon heart prayer beads earlier, and now he had given him such an ordinary thing. He couldn't help but feel that it was unfair. He was also a disciple. "Aren't you obviously looking down on me?" The unraging monk did not seem to sense Li Qingshan's displeasure at all. Chuckling, he said, "Before you leave, go to the courtyard of secular affairs and collect a set of clothes for a layman disciple." "Yes," Li Qingshan replied lazily. "Once you're outside, you can't run amok under my name. If I find out, I'll never spare you." "All right." Li Qingshan grew impatient. "Am I the type of person who likes to borrow someone else's might? Before inner courtyard disciples leave the mountain, you can imbue a strand of the chant of Devanaga into your body. However, you're only a layman disciple, so you don't have the right to do that either." Li Qingshan shot a glance at him. "Since I don't have the right, why did you have to mention it?" He said, "I got it. I'm leaving," before turning around and making his way out of the valley. However, he heard the unraging monk say from behind him, "As a result, if you encounter any danger, just report my Dharma name. I think I'll give you some face. If it's useless, then crush the largest bead in the prayer beads. I'll rush over immediately and help you explain." Li Qingshan paused. Suddenly, he looked back, only to see the unraging monk still sitting there with a chuckle. With a wave of his sleeve, he said, "Go, you damned disciple." The unraging monk did not just have some face. In the territory of the Green Province, even if Li Qingshan had offended the governor of the Green Province, the Dragon King of the Sea, the unraging monk would still have the right to give him some face. If it were someone slightly inferior, even they would have to show some respect to Li Qingshan when they heard his name. The string of prayer beads was basically a life-saving talisman. Li Qingshan glanced at the string of prayer beads on his wrist. His words and actions earlier had come off as too stingy. He sucked in a deep breath and turned around, bowing deeply. "Yes, master. I'll be going right now." Li Qingshan made his way out of the valley and remembered the unraging monk's instructions. He climbed up Great Buddha Mountain again and arrived before the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. He saw a young novice monk sweeping the fallen leaves. He went up and asked, "Little master, may I ask where the courtyard of secular affairs is?" The young novice monk pointed at the foot of the mountain. "There, it's all there. The main hall is on the other side of the mountain." Li Qingshan had noticed a long time ago that there was a great swathe of buildings at the foot of Great Buddha Mountain. They were row upon row, resplendent and like palaces. They basically circled around Great Buddha Mountain, like the hem of the Great Buddha's clothes that draped over the ground. Only special places like the Demon Suppression Hall just now were separated from them. As it turned out, these were all properties of the courtyard of secular affairs. However, in terms of size, none of the courtyards on Great Buddha Mountain could rival it. Not only was the courtyard of secular affairs the largest in the Chan monastery of Devanaga, but it was also the courtyard with the most monks. It was responsible for many duties. One of them was receiving the worshippers who had traveled great distances, providing them with food and lodging. If there were not so many buildings, it would have been impossible to accommodate them all. Li Qingshan circled around the monastery, looking around as he walked. He became more and more amazed by the Chan monastery of Devanaga's scale. Famed, ancient monasteries in the regular sense of the word were all located within the mountains, while the structures of the Chan monastery of Devanaga covered the entire Great Buddha Mountain. Even the scale of the structures in Clear River City struggled to match it. Finally, he arrived outside the main hall of the courtyard of secular affairs. The people in the surroundings gradually thinned out. Unlike the hustle and bustle of the other places in the courtyard of secular affairs, it seemed extremely quiet here. The ancient cypresses stood tall, and the cries of birds rang out. Li Qingshan walked in leisurely, and no one stopped him. He heard the voices of people in the distance. Crossing the secluded path, he arrived in front of the hall. All he saw was a man and a woman conversing softly. What gift did Senior Brother Wang bring for Senior Brother Eternal Faith this time? It might be an eye-opener for us, the female cultivator asked. She seemed to be in her 40s or 50s already. Coupled with the many methods cultivators could use to maintain their youthfulness, she definitely was not young. She was still at foundation establishment, and there was basically no hope for her to break through in this lifetime. It's just a small gift. It's not worth mentioning. Senior Brother Wang seemed a little older. His face was like loose skin, and he carried a sword on his back. Both of them were at foundation establishment. Their attire was similar to monks' robes, but it was slightly different from actual monks' robes. They both wore prayer beads on their wrists. Li Qingshan did not hide his aura. Before he had even approached them, the two of them turned around. "Fellow, where did you come from? Why have you come here?" Senior Brother Wang saw Li Qingshan's dignified appearance and composed expression. Moreover, he was young, yet his cultivation had already reached mid-foundation establishment. Not only did he neglect him, but he also asked politely. Li Qingshan strode over and clasped his hands. "I've come to sign up as a secular disciple." "Why have you come here?" "We're secular disciples of the Chan monastery of Devanaga." "May I ask how old you are, fellow?" Senior Brother Wang asked rather curiously. "I've lived for over 20 years in vain. I'm not even 30 yet." "Fellow, you really are a genius. Even becoming an inner courtyard disciple would be no problem for you, so why have you come to become a secular disciple?" Senior Brother Wang was surprised. Originally, he thought Li Qingshan had only used some technique to maintain his youthful appearance, so he should be in his 40s or 50s in reality. He never thought he would actually be so young, reaching mid-foundation establishment in his 20s. He could definitely be regarded as a genius, but why had a genius like him come to become a secular disciple? There were many secular disciples in the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Most of them lacked talent and comprehension, so they did not have the right to become inner courtyard disciples. However, they still spent some time to reach foundation establishment, so they signed up as secular disciples. It was basically a good way to enjoy the shade under a large tree. Even if they could not learn the greatest cultivation methods of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, the cultivation methods on the next level would still surpass the core disciples of regular sections. There were countless foundation establishment cultivators in the world, but there were only a handful who could actually reach foundation establishment in their 20s or 30s. In particular, independent cultivators without the support of sects or clans. Most of them had only reached their current level through hard work. "The abbot originally wanted me to become a monk, but I'm not done with the secular world yet, so I refused. They won't let me go either, so I can only become a secular disciple," Li Qingshan said helplessly. "The abbot? Ah! Are you talking about the dauntless abbot?" The female cultivator cried out before suppressing her voice in a hurry. She looked at Li Qingshan in disbelief, surprised that he could mention the dauntless monk in such a disrespectful tone. "Yeah, who else could it be?" Li Qingshan said like it was a matter of course. Li Qingshan did not feel any pressure when he faced the dauntless monk, because his actual cultivation was basically enough for him to clash with any second heavenly tribulation cultivator. Moreover, he was confident that he could constantly improve. There would be a day when he could stand on equal footing with the dauntless monk and the others, or even surpass them. There was no weakness in his heart. However, in the eyes of regular Foundation establishment cultivators, the abbot of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, the monk king revered by the great Xia Empire, was basically like a god. Being able to receive a proper glance from someone like that was already worthy of praise. Not to mention the fact that the dauntless monk had personally asked to take him into the inner courtyard. That was basically a supreme honor. However, he had actually turned them down, and the reason was actually because of some unfinished ties with the secular world. What a waste of a great opportunity. The two of them were tempted to take his place. Wang Yu thought of something and asked, "Fellow, are you Li Qingshan from the Rui Commandery?" "Yeah. Do you recognize me?" Li Qingshan remained in the back of the mountain for over a month, but he had no idea that the Chan monastery of Devanaga welcoming Little N into the monastery with the greatest honor, and then the dauntless monk personally tonsured him. This had already spread through the cultivation community of the Green Province. Little N's Dharma name, One Will, had risen to fame too. He had already gained the title of the greatest disciple of the monastery. Even now, the repercussions had yet to settle down. The matter of Li Qingshan publicly turning down the dauntless monk in the Grand Hall before being sent to the Demon Suppression Tower as a punishment obviously could not be hidden from these secular disciples. "I've heard a lot about you, Senior Brother Wang said. The female cultivator also said, "We'll be fellow disciples in the future, so there's no need to be so polite. I'll just be ashamed to refer to myself as senior sister." Chapter 590. Why? Senior Brother Wang said, "Senior Brother Eternal Faith is currently receiving another senior brother. Once that senior brother comes out, we'll let you line up before him." "That won't be necessary. Just follow the rules." "May I ask what Senior Brother Eternal Faith's identity is, for him to put on such a grand show, even using the word receiving?" "Since Junior Brother wants to become a secular disciple, you have to know about this. Senior Brother Eternal Faith is the head monk of the Courtyard of Secular Affairs, the primary disciple under the distant Enlightenment Chan Master. He's basically our first senior brother. Normally, the distant Enlightenment Chan Master studies the Buddhist Dharma, so Senior Brother Eternal Faith handles the matters of the Courtyard of Secular Affairs." "Hee, that's very impressive." Senior Brother Wang saw how disapproving Li Qingshan was, so he suppressed his voice and said, "Don't look down on Senior Brother Eternal Faith. Our merits and demerits, rewards, and punishments are all on Senior Brother Eternal Faith. The dauntless abbot is a mighty monk king. Even if you speak rudely to him, Junior Brother, he won't stoop to your level," but this, he stopped talking. Li Qingshan smiled and also suppressed his voice. "I understand. It's easy to deal with the king of hell, but the little ghosts are difficult. That's often the case. If he doesn't provoke me, there's no need for me to provoke him either. Looks like this Senior Brother Eternal Faith isn't a broad-minded person. I'll be a little more careful when I speak later. I might not be afraid of him, but it's best if I avoid any trouble. I still need to consider the influence I'll have on Great Buddha Mountain." Seeing how Li Qingshan listened to his advice, Senior Brother Wang seemed rather relieved. He stroked his beard and said, "Young man, you need to know how to hide your abilities. Even if you're a prodigy, you'll suffer greatly if you don't understand the ways of the world." Li Qingshan found it funny when he heard how he was lecturing him in such an old-fashioned manner. However, he had good intentions, so he did not comment on it. He just smiled and said nothing. Senior Brother Wang spoke excitedly. "Did you bring a gift with you this time?" Li Qingshan was surprised. "What gift? For who?" For senior brother Eternal Faith obviously. Senior brother Wang's expression was like, "Why is your comprehension so bad?" followed by a pained expression, as if he was looking at a disappointing nephew. The secular disciples of the Chan monastery of Devanaga were scattered throughout the Green province, but they had not left them to their own devices. They would often receive some missions, such as building temples or collecting various resources. Completing these missions would earn them merits. He could exchange them for benefits like cultivation methods in the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Many quests are considered completed. Sometimes, it all depended on Eternal Faith's words. Although he was a secular disciple, he still bore the name of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, so he could not be clueless about Buddhist scriptures. He couldn't act recklessly. As a result, secular disciples from various places would come to the Chan monastery of Devanaga every once in a while, and the monks of the courtyard of secular affairs would test them on their Buddhist studies and moral conduct. If he failed, it would be troublesome, and he might even be stripped of his identity as a layman disciple. Eternal Faith's authority was even greater. Among the lay disciples, there were many like Li Qingshan who were completely uninterested in Buddhist scriptures. All they needed was a gift to ensure that they would pass the test. This had become the norm for a long time. The lay disciples had to bring some gifts to pay their respects to senior brother Eternal Faith. The gifts were not necessarily precious, but the key was that there were many lay disciples. As the saying went, sand could make a tower. But my master didn't tell me anything. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and smiled mysteriously. He was the mighty first disciple of the unraging monk, yet he wanted to give a gift to some first senior brother of the courtyard of secular affairs. Was that not a joke? Who's your master? The female cultivator interrupted and asked. The main reason why they had become secular disciples was because no master in the Chan monastery of Devanaga was willing to accept them. Otherwise, any other courtyard would surpass the courtyard of secular affairs. You'll need to comprehend that yourself. And, there's a knack to it. Not every senior understands it. Fortunately, you ran into me. Otherwise, you'll suffer if you go in unprepared. Senior brother Wang patted Li Qingshan's shoulder earnestly. In his opinion, Li Qingshan's master had only come under his tutelage in the past when he practiced qi. Otherwise, if he had a proper master, why would he become a secular disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga in the first place? Buddhist disciples also accept bribes. Li Qingshan could tell that if he did not give a gift, he would be made difficult for, so he could not help but raise his voice slightly. He was rather surprised. Senior brother Wang said in surprise, "You can't say that carelessly. This is our brotherhood. How can it be considered a bribe? The blessed land of Buddhism. Who's making a racket outside?" A middle-aged monk walked out of the hall. He raised his broom-like eyebrows and stared straight at Li Qingshan with a hint of annoyance. Li Qingshan also looked back at him. He had always been that senior brother Eternal Faith. His appearance was nothing special, and his head was shaved shiny. He was slightly plump, standing there with a bulging belly. He really did seem rather impressive. Not far behind him stood a thin and small man, presumably the fellow Taoist who had entered before senior brother Wang and the others. Senior brother Eternal Faith. Senior brother Wang and the middle-aged female cultivator brought their palms together in a hurry and bowed. Eternal Faith did not return the greeting. He directly asked Li Qingshan, "Who are you? How dare you trespass on my courtyard of secular affairs?" He thought, "Bastard, this is your first time here, so you don't know the rules. If you don't give a gift, then so be it, but you're bold enough to say I'm accepting bribes. You really don't know what's good for you. I need to teach you a lesson." Li Qingshan clasped his hands. "I'm Li Qingshan. I've come to become a secular disciple." Secular disciple? Is what you're doing right now a Buddhist greeting? You can't become a secular disciple just because you want to. Eternal Faith's expression changed. As an inner courtyard disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, he had obviously heard of Li Qingshan's name before. This kid is arrogant and rude, actually daring to defy the abbot's orders. He deserves to be thrown into the demon suppression hall. After being taught a lesson, doesn't he still end up running off to become a secular disciple with his tail between his legs? Now that he's in my hands, I need to properly make fun of him and make him learn what it means to respect his seniors. Senior brother is right. You can tell with a single glance that such a crude and rude person comes from a small place. How can he have the right to be our senior brother? The skinny man behind Eternal Faith chimed in as well. His face was filled with flattery. Kid, why don't you apologize to Master Eternal Faith? Senior brother Wang urged loudly. The female cultivator also shot him a glance from the side. Bullshit. Li Qingshan furrowed his thick eyebrows and bared his teeth. A vicious aura naturally radiated out, making everyone's hearts leap. Even their auras were suppressed. They felt like the surroundings had dimmed. His bellow was even more like the roar of a tiger in the forest. The chirping of insects and chirping of birds immediately ceased. The surroundings were frighteningly quiet. Normally, the spirit turtle kept the tiger demon and ox demon suppressed, but ever since he condensed a demon heart, he seemed to have found a vent. Although he practiced the demon suppression statuary, the first form was the remorseless demon heart. He had never thought about suppressing and restraining the demonic nature in his heart. As soon as his emotions stirred, it naturally manifested on his face. What kind of vicious, savage madman is he bold enough to roar in the Chan monastery of Devanaga? Eternal Faith pointed at Li Qingshan. Just now, he had actually become infuriated from humiliation over how he had actually been intimidated by a guy whose cultivation was even lower than his own. He felt even more surprised. He had also trained in the demon suppression tower before. Even demon folk or even demon generals could not give him so much pressure. Li Qingshan took a step forward. Originally, he wanted to mention the unraging monk's name, but he thought of something. Master has specially told me not to use his reputation. I've only just come from the back of the mountain to the front, so breaking this rule is rather inappropriate. He doesn't want me to be a secular disciple, so that's perfect. I'll just not be one. As a result, he smiled. Do you think I want to be some nuisance of a secular disciple? I'm not going to stoop to the level of a scumbag like you who accepts bribes. He directly turned around and left. The most important thing was that he had established a master-disciple relationship with the unraging monk anyway. Whether he became a secular disciple or not really did not matter. Who are you calling a scumbag? Eternal Faith barked. As the primary disciple of the courtyard of secular affairs, all he saw were the fawning faces of secular disciples. Who was bold enough to insult him to his face? Originally, he wanted to properly make things difficult for Li Qingshan, but he never expected Li Qingshan to not care about the identity of a secular disciple at all, leaving just like that. He had nowhere to vent his anger. Li Qingshan could not be bothered with answering him. Senior brother Wang wanted to say something, but he was afraid of offending Eternal Faith, so he ended up shutting his mouth. He thought, this kid is far too reckless. He's actually bold enough to offend senior brother Eternal Faith below Great Buddha Mountain. Does he think the Chan Monastery of Devanaga is a vegetarian? No, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga really is a vegetarian. Stop! Eternal Faith raised his sleeve, and a wooden fish flew out. It swelled in the wind, directly turning into the size of a carriage and whistling towards Li Qingshan. Sure enough, Li Qingshan stopped and turned around, gazing at the whistling wooden fish. Chapter 591. Save me! Senior brother Wang and the other two were taken aback. They never thought things would actually end up like this. They were about to start fighting over a single disagreement. Even though they dared not offend senior brother Eternal Faith, the person before them did not seem to be a pushover either. He was a genius in the first place, and it was rumored that he had an extremely close relationship with the One Will. Even the skinny man who had spoken up for Eternal Faith just now dared not strike recklessly right now, afraid of provoking some kind of trouble. With this hesitation, Li Qingshan had already arrived before the steps. His tall figure directly approached Eternal Faith. "You damned thief! Eat my severe warning." Eternal Faith was both surprised and furious. The wooden fish mace in his hand suddenly transformed into a huge club that resembled a beam, smashing down towards Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan felt his head ring as if he had been struck. His mind went blank. Faced with this club, he actually felt like he could not dodge it. This move was not as simple as a simple swing of an arcane artifact. Instead, it was a special technique of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, called Severe Warning. It used a weapon like a club. Before the club had even smashed down, the attack had already been launched. At the same time, the wind whistled behind his head, and the wooden fish that had fallen to the ground rose up. The crack in the middle of the wooden fish's head suddenly opened up, like a colossal beast opening its mouth to swallow Li Qingshan. It gave off a great suction force. The wooden fish mace and the wooden fish were both arcane artifacts. Assembled as a set, they possessed great power, which only demonstrated the Chan monastery of Devanaga's heritage and Eternal Faith's wealth. Basically, he could defeat regular Foundation establishment cultivators with a single strike. This kid is only at mid-Foundation establishment. How can I be frightened by him? The three secular disciples on the side instead let out a sigh of relief. With how impressive senior brother Eternal Faith was, there was obviously no need for them to go out of their way to assist him. Senior brother Wang thought, this kid won't listen to the advice of the elders, and he'll suffer right before his eyes. Now that senior brother Eternal Faith has taught him a lesson, he deserves it. There was no way to dodge. Li Qingshan clasped his hands together and formed a seal. A thin screen of water rose up, water curtain of heavenly splendor. This brat can actually withstand my severe warning. Humph, the speed at which you cast the spell is quite fast. However, do you think that a mere defensive spell can withstand the might of a magic tool? Eternal Faith sneered. The wooden fish opened its mouth and fiercely sucked at the water curtain. The wooden fish hammer struck down fiercely, but the water curtain's flexibility was beyond imagination. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't be torn apart. The wooden fish hammer created waves of ripples on the water curtain's surface, but the force it contained was all absorbed and dissolved by the water curtain. How can a spell be so powerful? Eternal Faith wasn't the only one who was shocked. The three monk disciples watching from the side also widened their eyes. Li Qingshan rarely used spells in battle. Now that he used it, the effects were extraordinarily good. Having cultivated to the peak of the fourth layer of the spirit turtle transformation, he seemed to possess the innate bloodline of the spirit turtle. Every water spell he cast seemed to be aided by the gods, and he had the enhancement of the water god seal. Blocking Eternal Faith's two arcane artifacts, Li Qingshan pushed forward with a simple palm strike. Faint blue water spiritual chi layered on top of one another, constantly accumulating like the waves of the ocean. In the end, it turned into a great tsunami. Ocean wielding. Tsunami style. His palm struck the wooden fish hammer. With a loud bang, the wooden fish hammer broke free from Eternal Faith's control. It smashed through the eaves of the hall and spun away. Just as the force of Li Qingshan's palm strike was about to run out, he circulated the arts of the boundless ocean. The spiritual chi in his body surged like the tides of the ocean, endlessly growing and multiplying. Before the first wave had even subsided, another wave rose up. He slammed his palm towards Eternal Faith. Eternal Faith retreated again and again. He actually used his bare hands to send the magic tools flying. Could he be a dual cultivator of chi and body? He vaguely felt like he had kicked a metal plate today. Sure enough, a madman bold enough to roar in the grand hall had some skill. However, he immediately gathered his courage. This was the Chan monastery of Devanaga on Great Buddha Mountain. How could they allow outsiders to act so impudently here? And, with his skill, that was not all. Clang! Li Qingshan struck Eternal Faith, and the sound that rang out was like a great bell. A huge, golden bell appeared on Eternal Faith's body. His hand entered it, but he was unable to smash through it. Just as he thought about how this monk truly was an inner courtyard disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, he did have some skill. He shifted his gaze and looked at Eternal Faith's monk robes again. They shone with golden light and a hand seal appeared on them as well. He came to a realization. As it turned out, the monk's robes were also an arcane artifact. Fortunately, I've always been cautious, wearing the protective robes of the Golden Bell. Eternal Faith rejoiced inside. Over the past few years, he had been handling the mundane matters of the courtyard of secular affairs. It had even been quite some time since he had gone to the Demon Suppression Hall, so he did not have the opportunity to fight anyone at all. Just now, Li Qingshan's sudden palm strike had almost caught him off guard. The courtyard of secular affairs held an extremely special position in the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Most of the time, only disciples with insufficient talent and insufficient passion for Buddhism would come to the courtyard of secular affairs. They were also tied down by many mundane matters, so their true strength was the weakest among the various courtyards. If it were other inner courtyard disciples, even if they did not possess so many arcane artifacts, they would not have been forced into such a horrible shape by just a few moves from Li Qingshan with their own cultivation. Li Qingshan smiled. Looks like you've accepted quite a lot of bribes in the past few years, you damned baldy. Don't you dare speak nonsense. Eternal Faith bellowed out, and golden light surged from him. Another golden avatar appeared. With a golden bell on the outside and a golden avatar on the inside, he was truly impregnable, standing in an undefeatable position. He stood before the hall and stared at Li Qingshan with a gaze that seemed to say, "What can you do to me?" Li Qingshan pulled his palm back and retreated. He could kill demon commanders as a demon general, but as a Foundation establishment cultivator, it was impossible for him to do anything to a golden core cultivator. Even Eternal Faith, who was covered in arcane artifacts, was quite troublesome to deal with. Of course, if they engaged in a great battle, Li Qingshan believed he would still be the one to emerge victorious. However, he was below Great Buddha Mountain right now. Figures flickered between the walls. The other disciples of the courtyard of secular affairs heard the disturbance and hurried over as well. They asked, "Senior brother, what's happened?" Eternal Faith stowed away the wooden fish and wooden fish mallet, striking them gently a few times. With a solemn expression, he pointed the wooden fish mallet at Li Qingshan. "This person slandered me for accepting bribes, made a ruckus in the temple, and trespassed on my courtyard of secular affairs. I spoke out to correct him, but he actually attacked me violently, trying to harm me. Our Chan monastery of Devanaga is benevolent, but we can't tolerate such a madman. Junior brothers, capture him with me and send him to the disciplinary courtyard." The monks answered loudly and surrounded Li Qingshan. They all flickered with golden light, conjuring golden avatars. They were all Foundation establishment cultivators, and basically every single one of them wielded an arcane artifact. With so many arcane artifacts attacking him together, he would struggle to fend them off no matter how powerful his techniques were. If he were a regular Foundation establishment cultivator, he probably would have been crushed to a pulp in a single stroke. Eternal Faith smiled. Victory was within his grasp. He said to Li Qingshan, "If you surrender now, you'll still be able to live. Otherwise, you'll probably stain this blessed land of Buddhism with your blood." Li Qingshan laughed aloud and glanced at Eternal Faith. "I said I wanted to teach you a lesson. Even if you have 1,000 more people, it'll still be useless." Eternal Faith shook his head. "You're still bold enough to spout nonsense even in such dire straits. It's especially lamentable that you're so insane. If you don't believe me, then come and try me." Water splashed under Li Qingshan's feet. He leapt up and spread his arms, lunging over like a vicious tiger. Eternal Faith's heart skipped a beat, and he became a little timid. However, how could he retreat in front of so many senior and junior brothers? In any case, he had the golden avatar and the golden bell to protect him, so Li Qingshan wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He ordered, "Attack!" At the same time, he knocked the wooden fish in his hand. Every sound seemed to be knocking on Li Qingshan's heart, directly attacking his spirit. This was the most powerful way to use this set of arcane artifacts. At the same time, the monks pounced on Li Qingshan at the same time, suppressing him to the ground in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan smiled. His spirit was so powerful that he completely ignored the knocking sounds of the wooden fish. This most powerful way to use it was actually the most useless against him. He crossed his arms forcefully. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The black chains crisscrossed. Eternal Faith's expression changed. That sound seemed to be directly ringing in his heart. The golden avatar wielded the wooden fish hammer and fiercely struck at Li Qingshan's forehead. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the monks all had shocked expressions. They looked at the top of his head and shouted, "Senior brother, watch out!" A 9-floored pagoda appeared above Eternal Faith's head. It was shaped like a pagoda, but it had a great might that could suppress everything. It descended from the sky. Boom! The demon suppression pagoda enveloped Li Qingshan and Eternal Faith at the same time. It shook half of the front of the courtyard of secular affairs, and cracks appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions. The last scene that the monks saw was Eternal Faith's wooden fish hammer about to strike Li Qingshan's head. However, Li Qingshan's lips were curled up in a confident smile. A monk raised his hands and attracted everyone's attention. He said, "Everyone, don't worry. With senior brother Eternal Faith's cultivation and so many arcane artifacts, why would he be afraid of this scoundrel? In just a moment, he'll capture that scoundrel. Save me! Ah!" As soon as he finished speaking, Eternal Faith's terrified cries and screams came from within the demon suppression pagoda. The monk's expression changed, and he shouted, "Everyone, quickly save senior brother." A dozen or so arcane artifacts flew out at the same time, smashing ruthlessly onto the demon suppression pagoda. The monks were full of confidence. With such power, even a small mountain would be smashed, but the result was shocking. The demon suppression pagoda stood firmly on the ground, not moving at all. There wasn't even a scratch on its surface. What arcane artifact was this? It was actually so sturdy. Inside the demon suppression pagoda, Eternal Faith's screams rose and fell continuously. Someone else suggested, "Dig a path from below to the pagoda and save senior brother." The group of people immediately moved, and in the blink of an eye, they had dug a path. They came to the bottom of the pagoda, but what they encountered was a black base that was as sturdy as the pagoda itself. They were immediately helpless. "Quickly go and invite the chief over." Eternal Faith was suppressed under the demon suppression pagoda. He felt that the golden bell and golden body around him were still there, so he calmed his mind and shouted, "Li Qingshan, do you think this kind of sneaky trick will work? I have the golden bell and golden body protecting me, what can you do to me?" "Li Qingshan. You are." Eternal Faith let out a surprised cry. Li Qingshan's body was surrounded by demonic chi, and his body expanded. Layers of cuticle covered his sturdy body, as if he was wearing a heavy armor. There seemed to be a helmet on his head, revealing a pair of eyes that emitted piercing red light. Chapter 592. The Eye of the Sword. Eternal Faith leaned against the icy cold wall of the tower. Although he was protected by the robes and the golden avatar, he did not feel safe at all as he watched Li Qingshan's vicious, red eyes rapidly approach him. He felt like he was immortal, yet he was locked in the same cage as a vicious tiger. There was a great thunk. Li Qingshan's punch was like a dragon, piercing through the air and landing on the golden bell. The golden bell twisted and distorted, sinking into a deep pit. Golden light shot out. "Arg!" Eternal Faith cried out. A fist mark appeared on his robes as well, lingering for a very long time. His protective robes of the golden bell was an arcane artifact. Although it was just an inferior arcane artifact, it should not have been so fragile, having been damaged to such a degree by a single punch. If it had directly landed on him, would he still be alive? Li Qingshan glanced at his fist. From the expression on his face, he seemed rather dissatisfied with the power of the punch. Although his strength had skyrocketed after demonifying, it was still nowhere close to the destructive power of the true ox demon and tiger demon. Otherwise, a casual punch from him would have been enough to crush Eternal Faith and his robes to smithereens. However, he was at the foot of Great Buddha Mountain. Even in the demon suppression tower, he dared not use his demon powers carelessly. Who knew whether the dauntless monk's senior and junior brother were watching over here or not? If he could not destroy Eternal Faith's defenses as soon as possible, the powerful figures of the monastery would probably come to his rescue, and he would not be able to teach him a vicious lesson. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew over. The wooden fish opened its mouth again, trying to swallow Li Qingshan. At the same time, the wooden fish mallet silently circled around behind him, flying towards the back of his head. It was only the same size as a regular wooden fish mallet. If he were careless, it would be extremely easy for him to fall for it. Li Qingshan leapt up and dodged the wooden fish's bite. He reached backwards without even looking back, and the wooden fish mallet landed in his hand. Then he swiftly descended, trampling on the wooden fish viciously. The two arcane artifacts trembled desperately, but they were unable to break free from his restraint. After demonifying, these two arcane artifacts could no longer pose any threat to him. Li Qingshan smiled and pulled out a strange-looking sword from his 100 treasures pouch. It was the traitorous demon's sword. The eyeball on the hilt of the sword turned and stared at Eternal Faith. Eternal Faith felt a chill in his heart. He felt as if he had been completely seen through. In Li Qingshan's vision, he saw a different scene. He felt that his vision had passed through the golden bell, the golden body, and even the skin, flesh, and bones. He saw something even more fundamental. He saw the demonic nature in Eternal Faith's heart, a mass of black mist. Everyone had a demonic nature in their hearts. Although Eternal Faith was a Buddhist disciple, he was greedy and easily angered. His Buddhist nature was above that of ordinary people. Then he retracted his gaze and stopped at Eternal Faith's layer of golden bell. The strange eyeball on the traitorous demon sword's hilt trembled. Suddenly, Li Qingshan saw a faint black line on the golden bell. However, he could not see anything with his naked eye, nor could he detect anything with his divine sense. What's that? With a thought, Li Qingshan swung the traitorous demon sword and tried to slash down along the black line. There was a flash of light. Eternal Faith was just about to mock Li Qingshan's futile effort when he suddenly felt a chill on his body. His robe had been silently cut open, revealing his chest and belly and his white, fat flesh. There was a flash of light, and the golden bell disappeared. This is the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. You can't kill me. Eternal Faith put on a brave front. He urged his powers desperately, and his golden body shone even brighter. He groaned inside, so this Li Qingshan's true identity is a demon folk. Now that I've seen his true form, he definitely won't let me escape. He'll silence me. If I had known earlier, why would I have been so angry with him over a few words? He was angry with Li Qingshan not only because he was narrow-minded, but also because he believed he had the upper hand. He viewed Li Qingshan as a turtle in a jar, able to do whatever he wanted to him. Never did he think he would actually be able to force him into such a situation under the encirclement of so many people. Li Qingshan smiled faintly and closed his eyes. He sent his soul sense into the traitorous demon sword, and the evil eye on the hilt produced ripples of evil light. Afterwards, he saw that the golden light from Eternal Faith had dimmed. Black spots appeared on his golden body, which were all the weak points of the golden body. There were even a few black spots among them, which seemed extremely dark. An opening. Li Qingshan took a step out, and the traitorous demon sword advanced unstoppably, piercing through space and stabbing one of the black spots. Li Qingshan opened his eyes again, but all he saw was the golden body that shone with golden light. There were no black spots or black spots at all. However, where the tip of the sword reached, the golden body became riddled with cracks. Li Qingshan smiled and poured all of his strength and spiritual qi into the sword. The tip of the sword stabbed in. Clang! Like the sound of metal shattering, the indestructible Buddhist golden body shattered and scattered. Eternal faith was like a crab that had lost its shell. His face was filled with disbelief, and he no longer had his domineering arrogance. As eternal faith pushed the wooden fish with all his might, he hurriedly reached for his 100 treasures pouch. He still had many powerful talismans hidden away, which were enough to turn defeat into victory. However, the moment his fingers touched the 100 treasures pouch, the cold edge of the sword pressed against his neck. He had never thought that Li Qingshan would be able to tear through his 2 layers of defense so quickly and easily. As a result, he was not mentally prepared at all and did not use many of his techniques. This was also a sign of inexperience in battle. If you move again, your head will be separated, Li Qingshan said. Eternal faith felt pain on his neck, and warm liquid flowed down. He immediately did not dare to move again. Looking at those dark red eyes, his expression twitched. His expression looked like he wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. He was sure that Li Qingshan wanted to kill him to silence him, and wanted to say some flattering words to beg for his life. He often heard these kinds of words, but at this moment, he could not say a single word. Clatter, clatter. Chains of demon suppression fell down, binding eternal faith like a dumpling and suspending him in the demon suppression tower. Eternal faith forced himself to calm down. If you kill me, you won't be able to escape death yourself. If you don't want to provoke me into really killing you, then shut up. Eternal faith immediately did not dare to say another word, but a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. He really did not dare to kill me. He thought viciously, when I get out, let's see how I'll deal with you. Humph, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You're a lowly person who takes bribes. You did it yourself, so why can't I say it? I originally did not want to pay attention to you, but you chased me relentlessly and refused to let me go. You even dared to imitate others and play tricks with words. Why don't you take a look at yourself first? There's a saying in my hometown, don't take my low profile as your capital to show off. Chapter 593. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51, Masters here. Head monks here. The monks clamored. Some called out Master, while others called out Head monk. At the same time, they heard Eternal Faith's miserable cries in the demon suppression tower. It was a mess. Yuanyuan furrowed his brows and released a formless pressure. The surroundings immediately became silent. Eternal benevolence, what do you think is going on? A middle-aged monk with an honest appearance walked out. Master, I've just arrived too. It seems like senior brother Eternal Faith got into a dispute with someone called Li Qingshan, so he ordered us to capture him. As a result, Li Qingshan summoned this tower and trapped them together. Monk Eternal Benevolence was renowned for his honesty in the courtyard of secular affairs, which was why Distant Enlightenment trusted him the most. As a result, he told him what he had seen and heard. He did not listen to Eternal Faith and describe Li Qingshan as a sinner. Li Qingshan. Distant Enlightenment's heart skipped a beat. In the past, when Wunwul first entered the Chan monastery of Devanaga, he was also in the Grand Hall. He had a rather deep impression of this stubborn man. Afterwards, when Wunwul returned, the abbot personally performed the tonsure, but there was no sign of Li Qingshan. He even thought he was still locked up in the demon suppression hall, but as it turned out, he had already come out. For some reason, he's come to my courtyard of secular affairs and started fighting with Eternal Faith again. Hearing Eternal Faith's miserable cries, Distant Enlightenment became slightly angered. He actually dared to beat up his disciple right in front of him. Wasn't he looking down on him, the head monk of the courtyard of secular affairs, a little too much? With a wave of his monk's robes, he originally thought the tower would be sent flying, but to his surprise, the demon suppression tower did not budge at all. Distant Enlightenment was surprised as well. What technique was this? It was actually so tough. At first glance, he only felt like it was filled with demon chi. It seemed like a technique of the demons, but it also possessed a completely opposite solemnity of the Buddhist Dharma, awe-inspiring and inviolable. He had actually never heard of something like this before. He separated his hands and clenched his fists. His body shone with golden light, and he conjured a guardian king avatar that stood several meters tall, unfurling a pair of muscled arms. He hugged the devil-suppressing pagoda tightly and pulled it up. The Vajra's immense strength was more than 10,000 kattis. The devil-suppressing pagoda shook for a moment before it was lifted up bit by bit. Li Qingshan put away the whip and coldly snorted. He immediately sat down cross-legged. His demon heart glowed with dark red light and his demon chi billowed. It soared into the sky, as if it wanted to break through the devil-suppressing pagoda. However, the more he stimulated his demon heart and released his demonic nature, the larger the demon-suppressing pagoda became. At the same time, he circulated the demon-suppressing statuary, causing the demon-suppressing pagoda to grow several feet taller. Zhu Yuan refused to give up. The two of them were locked in a stalemate for a while. Then, with a loud boom, they firmly suppressed the ground. All the monks cried out in alarm. They originally thought that with Zhuan Yuan's help, he would be able to capture Li Qingshan easily. They didn't expect that even after using the Vajra incarnation, he still wouldn't be able to shake this strange pagoda. Distant enlightenment helplessly dispersed his golden body. Although he had other powerful techniques, he was confident that he could break through this pagoda. However, if he did that, it would cause far too much of a disturbance. If his sect caught on fire, it would be detrimental to the reputation of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. This Li Qingshan is actually so impressive. He can actually contend against my golden body with just a cultivation at the first heavenly tribulation. He's not someone to be underestimated. Sir Li, please come out. How has my disciple offended you? Why don't you tell this penniless monk about it? This penniless monk will handle this impartially. You monks are all so full of yourselves. You're bullying me because I'm alone. If I come out, I'll be humiliated by you again. Li Qingshan's voice rang out from the pagoda, and all the monks were furious. Humiliate you? That's probably a little inconsistent with what this penniless monk has seen. Appearance is emptiness. You can't just look at the surface of things. Don't you even understand this principle, master? Amit Ba. This penniless monk has learned his lesson. Then may I ask how my disciple humiliated you? If he really is in the wrong, this penniless monk is willing to apologize on your behalf. This master sure has quite the cultivation. He's much better than your lowly disciple. Whatever. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. Li Qingshan then told him how he came to be a secular disciple, how he heard that secular disciples needed to give gifts, and how he angered eternal faith by saying, Buddhist disciples also accept bribes. Afterward, he told him how eternal faith had deliberately made things difficult for him. He didn't exaggerate at all. When distant enlightenment heard his frank words, he began to believe him somewhat. He had long since heard about the matter of eternal faith accepting gifts, but as he was focused on cultivation, he didn't take such a small matter to heart. He never thought that such a thing would happen today, but in the end, he wasn't completely convinced. How can this penniless monk believe your one-sided story? One-sided story? Humph. It's not like we were the only ones present. You can ask that secular disciple Brother Wang and see if I'm lying. Ever since the monks rushed in, Senior Brother Wang and the other two secular disciples had retreated to one side to watch the show. When Senior Brother Wang heard Li Qingshan mention him, he was surprised. He secretly cursed Li Qingshan for biting the hand that fed him, dragging him into this mess. He made his way over reluctantly and bowed towards distant enlightenment. Greetings to the head monk. Feel free to tell me. There's no need to worry, nor is there any need to hide anything. The Chan monastery of Devanaga has plenty of ways to verify the truth. All Senior Brother Wang could do was say, just right now, it's not much different from what this Li Qingshan said. It's just that senior brother Eternal Faith and I are only interacting out of courtesy between fellow disciples. We're not accepting bribes. Li Qingshan spoke inappropriately first, which was why senior brother Eternal Faith became angry for no reason. Please understand, head monk. Although he was afraid of lying in front of distant enlightenment, he still sided with Eternal Faith. He was annoyed with Li Qingshan inside. Even if we really were bribing him, what does that have to do with you? Distant enlightenment's frown deepened. In other words, Eternal Faith really had gone too far. Sir Li, this penniless monk has already understood the whole story. You can come out. Just understanding isn't enough. Tell me, how should we deal with this? My young disciple has acted improperly right now, violating the rules and regulations of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, so he should be sent to the disciplinary courtyard for punishment. This penniless monk apologizes to you. If you want to become a secular disciple, then it's the honor of my courtyard of secular affairs. Distant enlightenment sighed and bowed slightly. Li Qingshan secretly praised. This old monk sure is magnanimous. He was not someone who would pester others endlessly. He immediately withdrew his demonic nature and returned to his human form before dispelling the demon suppression tower with a wave of his hand. Eternal Faith was already on the brink of death from the whipping. His body was a bloody mess. He did not even have the strength to scream anymore. With a thought, Li Qingshan dispelled the chains of demon suppression, and he collapsed heavily on the ground. Senior brother Eternal Faith. The monks all cried out, glaring at Li Qingshan furiously. Although Eternal Faith was a standard villain in Li Qingshan's eyes, he was skilled in handling the affairs of the secular world. He had always been generous to his fellow disciples. He did not take all the gifts he received for himself either. Instead, he shared them with everyone, which was why he could command so many people. The disciples of the courtyard of secular affairs all admired him. Even though their cultivations surpassed him, they did not compete with him for the position of first senior brother. Distant enlightenment swept out his hand and swept Eternal Faith to his side. Golden light sprinkled down, and Eternal Faith's wounds immediately healed. He slowly opened his eyes and called out, Master. Sigh, Eternal Faith, you've always been clever and sharp, so why did you do something so foolish today? Sure enough, the Master handles matters impartially. I admire you. As for being a secular disciple, it's fine if I don't do it. Li Qingshan clasped his hands before striding out of the courtyard of secular affairs. Eternal Faith stared at Li Qingshan's back. His eyes were filled with resentment. He had never suffered such great humiliation in his life, and it was right in front of so many seniors and juniors. He suddenly raised his voice and said rather shrilly, You can't let him go. We can't let him go. He's a demon folk. What? Eternal Faith, you can't speak carelessly. Distant enlightenment was alarmed. He immediately used his soul sense to examine Li Qingshan, but under the effects of the demon suppression statuary, Li Qingshan did not give off even the slightest bit of demon qi. Eternal Faith said with reddened eyes, I personally witnessed him demonify. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he have gotten through my robes and golden avatar so easily? If I'm lying, I'm willing to sink into the unbreakable hell and suffer the agony of eternal calamity. Distant enlightenment's expression changed. If a Buddhist disciple dared to swear such a heavy oath, it basically could not be false. Demon folk were the enemies of the school of Buddhism. If Li Qingshan was a demon, then they would capture him regardless of whether he was right or wrong. They would either kill him on the spot or send him to the demon suppression hall. However, Li Qingshan turned a deaf ear to all of this and continued to stride forward. Chapter 594. The new Marquis of Rui Li Qingshan left the vicinity of Great Buddha Mountain and immediately took off into the air. He looked back at Great Buddha Mountain in the distance and seemed to see Little N's figure on the top of the mountain, but it also seemed like there was nothing there. He sucked in a deep breath and let out a great roar, the mountains will never change, and the waters will always flow. His voice constantly echoed through the mountains. The thousands of believers below all raised their heads and gazed at the sky, wondering what had happened. Li Qingshan chuckled a few more times before turning around and taking off. He sped along the way without stopping at all, returning to the Rui Commandery in a day and a night. He went to report to Gu Yenying first, but he did not go to the Hawkwolf Guard. Instead, he directly went to where she cultivated and called out loudly. "Commander Gu, I, Li Qingshan, have come to seek an audience." A while later, a gate opened up in the formation, and Li Qingshan flew into the small lake. He crossed over 100 kilometers of lotus flowers and arrived at the waterside pavilion of Listening Wind. Gu Yenying was already waiting on the balcony above the lake. She smiled from afar. "You've been gone for quite some time." Li Qingshan arrived on the balcony and could not help but be interested. He saw Gu Yenying in snow-white clothes, standing in the wind in a graceful manner. She was far more enchanting than regular women. However, when he recalled their conversation last time, he immediately dismissed his thoughts. He had always been a flexible person. He had never been as devoted as Hua Sungzan in the first place. Coupled with the fact that he had already promised her last time, there was even less reason for him to change his mind. He said calmly, "I ran into some small problems, so it took me some time." Gu Yenying could not help but smile when she saw his expression and listened to his words. She stopped worrying. He really was a courageous man. "Looks like you've benefited quite a lot from this trip." After a moment of thought, Li Qingshan smiled. "I think the gains outweigh the losses. What do you think? Do you plan on asking me for help?" "There's no hurry. It's not time yet." Gu Yenying tapped her hand gently with her folding fan. She seemed like she had everything planned out. Li Qingshan said, "Then I won't hold back. I want you to help me with something small. Feel free to tell me. I've experienced many battles, big and small, and have accumulated a lot of spoils of war. However, how to sell these spoils of war and convert them into my own strength is a problem. I wonder if you have any ideas?" After exchanging blows with Eternal Faith, Li Qingshan realized that he was still too weak as a human. If he had not learned the demon suppression statuary, Eternal Faith, who had extremely poor battle instincts, would have been able to force Li Qingshan into a corner with just a few artifacts. Demonification and the traitorous demon sword were his trump cards. He did not plan on using them unless it was absolutely necessary. He wanted to get a few powerful magic tools. In fact, he did not lack magic tools, but he did not dare to use any of them casually. It was like guarding a gold mine, but not being able to mine it. That's not a problem. Actually, even if you didn't mention it, I would have wanted to talk to you about it. There are many resources underground. If we can properly manage and utilize them, the profits will be greater than you can imagine. Of course, that would be for the best. Li Qingshan smiled. Something that was extremely difficult for him was extremely easy for Gu Yenying. With her connections, she naturally had methods to deal with these spoils of war. However, this was the only way they could have a basis for cooperation. Li Qingshan took out a portion of the spoils of war. Among them, there were 5 arcane artifacts, all of which he had obtained from the 100 treasures pouches of the Golden Core cultivators in the battle at Burial Mound Mountain. There was no lack of weapons that those cultivators relied on to make a name for themselves. Once 1 or 2 of them were leaked, they would immediately be investigated. Apart from that, there were also many miscellaneous items like pills and cultivation methods. All added together, their value was considerable. Sure enough, you've gained quite a lot. However, that's not all, right? Since you want to trade, take it all out. Little bro Qingshan, it's not like I'm greedy for these things. Gu Yenying said. Even Golden Core cultivators would be envious of these items, but they were nothing to her. Li Qingshan said disapprovingly, "It's not like you know what I want. When it comes to trading, you have to see if the price is right." Gu Yenying unfolded her folding fan and waved it lightly, "I guarantee that you'll be satisfied." Li Qingshan looked at her for a while, "All right then. Here, take all of it." he took out all of the spoils of war he had accumulated in one go. Among them, there were everything: cultivation methods, formations, arcane artifacts, spirit artifacts, pills, talismans, and everything else. He only kept a few purple talismans for self-defense. Gu Yenying skimmed through them briefly and had a rough estimate of their value. She would occasionally comment on a certain arcane artifact or a certain cultivation method, then accept all of them and put them all into her 100 treasures pouch. Li Qingshan said, "Where are my things?" Gu Yenying said, "I don't have these things on me." "Let's go take a look at the arsenal of arms." "The arsenal of arms? Surely you can't just buy the things I like and give them to me." In the past, Li Qingshan's first official weapon came from the arsenal of arms. Afterwards, after he embarked on the path of cultivation, he came into contact with them a few more times. He learned that the arsenal of arms was extremely influential, basically monopolizing the sale of various artifacts across the entire Rui Commandery. If he wanted to find a few suitable arcane artifacts, that would obviously be the best choice. However, if he wanted to buy something from there, the price would be much higher. Gu Yenying said, "There's no need for that." The two of them left the waterside pavilion of Listening Wind and arrived at the commandery city of Rui together. As the very center of the entire Rui Commandery, the Rui Commandery was even vaster than the Clear River Prefecture. The city walls stretched for several dozen kilometers, and buildings of various styles towered into the clouds. Most of them were made from wood and stone, giving them a sense of antiquity, but at the same time, they were filled with fantastical colors. They no longer gave off the feeling of an ancient city. Probably even modern cities could not match up to them in terms of advancement and convenience. Li Qingshan could clearly see wooden carriages that resembled trams sliding along the streets, stopping from time to time and letting off a group of people. Clearly, this was the handiwork of the school of Moism. At this time, it was dusk, and lanterns had just been lit. However, what lit up was not candlelight, but specks of spiritual light, as if balls of lightning had appeared out of thin air. The specks of light sprinkled down on the crisscrossing streets and spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the commandery city of Rui had sunk into a sea of stars. It was magnificent. This was clearly the formation that enveloped the entire commandery city of Rui. The mortals who lived there all seemed to be accustomed to it. However, it left Li Qingshan amazed in the sky. Suddenly, he discovered that the entire commandery city of Rui was decorated with lanterns and streamers as if they were celebrating something. He asked, "Is it some kind of festival right now?" Gu Yenying said, "Oh right, you still don't know. The new Marquis of Rui has already taken office. You'll be able to see him tonight." "Tonight?" "There's a banquet in the Marquis of Rui's estate tonight. You can come with me." "Why would I want to join in on the fun? This prince from the imperial family of the Dragon Province cannot be compared to Jiangfu. You better consider it." With that, Gu Yenying flew down. Li Qingshan pondered it for a while before chasing after her. "Then I'll do as you say." Chapter 595. The 5 arcane artifacts. The two of them arrived before a building that stood several dozen meters tall. Li Qingshan raised his head and saw that it was shaped like a sharp sword, pointing at the sky. Silver blue light flowed through it, and the 3 words, "Arsenal of Arms," appeared. Gu Yenying walked in, and Li Qingshan followed close behind. As soon as he stepped through the door, before he could even look around, an attendant immediately came up to receive him. When he saw Gu Yenying, he was first surprised before becoming filled with reverence. "Ma'am, you've come for an inspection," he called out loudly, and in a moment, almost 100 cultivators descended from above and below. They said together, "Your subordinates welcome you, ma'am." Li Qingshan originally thought it was because of Gu Yenying's status as a White Hawk commander, but when he heard how she referred to him, he felt that something was off. They were not Hawkwolf guards, so why did they refer to themselves as subordinates? And it did not seem like they were receiving esteemed guests. Gu Yenying answered his question, Don't you know that the arsenal of arms is my property? You can choose whatever arcane artifact you want. There's no place in the entire Rui Commandery that has more arcane artifacts than here. Sure enough, you're well versed in making money. You're rich and overbearing. Li Qingshan could not help but recall that when he first heard Hua Sengzong mention her name, he had heard her refer to him as Boss Gu. Only now did he understand what she meant. You can all disperse. Old Wu, take Commander Li to the storeroom upstairs to take a look. Gu Yenying waved her hand and dismissed everyone. Afterwards, she gave an order to an honest-looking Foundation establishment cultivator in his 40s or 50s. He happened to be the shopkeeper of the arsenal of arms who received guests from everywhere. Shopkeeper Old Wu could not help but study Li Qingshan. The storeroom was an important place, so how could he let an outsider enter so casually? Even if he was receiving esteemed guests, he could just invite them to a private room. However, Gu Yenying had personally given him orders, so he dared not disobey. Yes, ma'am. Under the guidance of that old shopkeeper Wu, they went down to the top floor. On the way, they passed through countless alarms and opened a few more doors. Just now, they entered the treasury of the arsenal. With my abilities, it's not difficult for me to break through these formations on the outside, but I don't know what these gates are made of. Even with the traitorous demon's sword in hand, it'll be difficult to break through them if I pour power into them. Just as Li Qingshan was thinking this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a bright light rushed toward him, almost blinding him. Narrowing his eyes, he saw that it was the glow of countless spiritual tools, big and small, filling up the storeroom. Shopkeeper Wu closed the door and said, "Master, we're here." Gu Yenying said, "Let's go take a look at the artifacts inside." I'm afraid it's inappropriate. Shopkeeper Wu hesitated and looked at Li Qingshan. "Don't do this and that, go quickly." Gu Yenying urged with a smile. Her voice was very calm, as if she was talking to an old friend instead of a subordinate. Yes. Shopkeeper Wu had no choice but to go to the wall on the east side. He formed a hand seal and chanted an incantation, and the smooth wall opened another door. He turned around and said, "Please." Finally, Li Qingshan arrived at the true treasury of the arsenal. Looking around, he saw close to 100 different items placed in the windows. Among them, there were common swords and armors, but there were also all kinds of strange items. They were all covered by layers of light, and it was impossible to see their spiritual light. I still want this jade melting cauldron. Li Qingshan's eyes brightened, and he immediately said. Ever since Ru Xian gave him the water god seal, he had been looking for a suitable gift to return the favor. This jade melting cauldron was the perfect gift. Gu Yenying said, "I didn't know you knew alchemy. I have a friend who's quite good at it." Gu Yenying smiled and said, "She's a medical beauty called Ru Xian." "You're such a sentimental person. You already know the answer, but I only treat her as a friend and confidant." Li Qingshan said. With Gu Yenying's identity, it would not be a problem for her to investigate 3 generations of his family, so it was not strange that she knew about Ru Xian. "From what you've said, are you going to give this to her?" Gu Yenying leaped up lightly and took the jade melting cauldron in her hand. It was only the size of a fist and was supported by 3 long winding legs. Cloud patterns floated on its surface, making it look exquisite. Yes. Do you know that this pill cauldron is much more expensive than the 5 arcane artifacts you have on you? Li Qingshan said, "What does that have to do with anything? You better refine these arcane artifacts as soon as possible. There'll probably be a fierce battle tonight." Gu Yenying casually tossed the jade melting cauldron to Li Qingshan and walked out of the storeroom. Chapter 596. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8 BFB, 7F51. The Marquis of Rui's estate sat right in the center of the commandery city. It was surrounded by high walls on all sides and battlements rose and fell continuously. Soldiers walked on them, vigilantly inspecting the surroundings. It naturally gave off a sense of authority. It was a city within a city. A slightly plump, middle-aged man who seemed to be a caretaker paced back and forth before the main entrance. He constantly gazed at the crescent moon in the sky, estimating the time. His face was filled with anxiety. Why hadn't Commander Gu arrived yet? Just as he was thinking, a figure in white clothes shot through the air and landed before the entrance of the estate. It was a woman of great beauty in clothes whiter than snow. She had a smile on her lips as she waved her jade folding fan gently. As if she had appeared out of thin air, she kicked up a gentle breeze that made her snow-white clothes ruffle gently. A tall man followed closely behind her. He had a bronze face, thick brows, and wide eyes. He stood silently behind the woman like a guard, but he did not give off a sense of inferiority at all. Instead, he gave off a natural sense of might. They were Gu Yenying and Li Qingshan. This was the first time Li Qingshan had come to the Marquis of Rui's estate. In his past life, he had visited the Forbidden Palace as well. Compared to the Marquis estate, the lofty imperial palace that had lasted through the Ming and Qing dynasties was basically as simple and crude as a dwelling. When he thought about how the Marquis estate that the Jiang clan had managed for several millennia had already been taken over by someone else and had a new owner, he could not help but think of a phrase he had once read. His lips moved slightly as he muttered to himself. Only Gu Yenying heard what he said clearly. In the old days, Wang Xia was like a swallow in front of a court, flying to the He family. She could not help but glance at him and feel slightly surprised. This kid gave off a boorish aura. She never thought he would have such literary talent. Commander Gu, you've finally arrived. Her Highness has already been waiting for quite some time. If you still hadn't come, I would have been punished. When the caretaker saw Gu Yenying, he rejoiced and went up to greet her. Caretaker Zheng, 13's rules are still so strict. He actually needs you to personally receive me. It's rare for Commander Gu to remember such a small character like me. It's my honor to be able to welcome Commander Gu personally. Please follow me. The butler extended his hand and led the way. There's no need. I'm more familiar with this mansion than your highness. With a wave of her sleeve, Gu Yenying turned into a white shadow and entered the city gate. The butler hurriedly followed him. Its speed was shockingly fast as well. He followed closely behind Gu Yenying like a shadow as he shouted, "Commander Gu has arrived." Of course, this was because Gu Yenying was not using her full strength, but she could keep up with her usual speed. It was enough to show how extraordinary he was. Li Qingshan was shocked. Just now, he realized that this servant-looking steward Zheng was actually a golden core cultivator. He had concealed his aura too well. Coupled with the fact that he was far too submissive, he did not possess the bearing of a golden core cultivator at all. As a result, even Li Qingshan had misjudged him. Just who was this new Marquis of Rui? It was easy for a golden core cultivator to become a friend or a guest, but making him a servant was basically an unimaginable luxury. Li Qingshan followed the two of them through the city gate after city gate, arriving at the center of the Marquis estate. He saw a vast and magnificent palace in the distance. Under the illumination of the moonlight, it was enveloped by a scarlet glow, like a great fire was burning. On the terrace in front of the palace, a man in luxurious robes and a tall crown stood with his hands behind his back. Yenying, if you still hadn't come, I wouldn't have been able to stop myself from starting the banquet first. The voice was ear-piercing and even slightly shrill, like a wolf howling at the moon. It cut through the air, making people tempted to cover their ears. Li Qingshan squinted his eyes. The man's face was slightly tanned, and his eyes bulged slightly. There was even a faint scar on his right eye. There was nothing handsome about his face, nowhere close to Jiang Fu's elegance and grace. However, just by standing there casually, he gave off a gloomy, domineering aura, which was not something Jiang Fu could compare to. Then he looked at his robes. They were not the serpent of Rui, but 5 true dragons. This was the bearing of a descendant of the imperial family of Great Xia. With just a glance, Li Qingshan knew that this person was far more difficult to deal with than Jiang Fu. If he was determined to make an enemy out of him, he would probably be a rather troublesome enemy. 13th. I'm already 11th. Gu Yenying landed gently before the man like a feather, but before she had even finished speaking, the man interrupted her. Although his gaze towards Gu Yenying also shone brightly, possessing the most natural admiration a man had for an outstanding woman, he would never change his way of doing things because of this. It's only been a few years since we last met, and you've advanced by another 2. Li Qingshan originally thought this was the seniority of the imperial family according to age, but now that he heard it, that was not the case at all. Instead, it seemed like some sort of ranking battle. You better just call me Si Qing. Si Qing smiled. His gaze passed by Gu Yenying and landed on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan had already concealed all of the light from his arcane artifacts, but it was impossible for him to hide from Si Qing's eyes. The gaze displeased Li Qingshan, as it did not seem like he was looking at a person, but more like he was looking at a racehorse or a dog, appraising its strengths and weaknesses inside. This must be your subordinate. Looks like you haven't forgotten the traditions of the Dragon Province. However, your insight has deteriorated after all. He's only at mid-foundation establishment, yet he probably still hasn't adapted to his arcane artifacts yet. Gu Yenying said, I think it's because you've been trapped in the Dragon Province for too long, Si Qing. You've narrowed your horizons. Really? Si Qing stared at Li Qingshan for a while and smiled. Sure enough, your murderousness is well hidden, like a tiger resting in a forest. If you can take a step further and reach late foundation establishment, then you really can give me some expectations. Li Qingshan could not help but stare at Si Qing. He did not show any respect or fear at all. Si Qing's face sank slightly, and his smile vanished. Though, he's still untamed. You still need to teach him more about the principle of respecting the strong. Not everyone can be tamed. We're going in. Gu Yenying changed the topic and glanced at Li Qingshan, indicating that he should not confront him directly. Li Qingshan lowered his eyes and said nothing. He seemed rather condescending. Please. Si Qing raised his hand. He did not take this foundation establishment cultivator's rudeness too seriously. Were people supposed to care about a dog baring its teeth? Moreover, this was a dog that was about to die. They entered the palace together. Several dozen tables were arranged on each side of the palace. On one side, they were all dressed in white. They were Gu Yenying's subordinates, fellow members of the Hawkwolf Guard. On the other side, the attire of the people there was divided into several colors. The seats at the very front of both sides were empty, facing each other from afar. Clearly, they were reserved for Gu Yenying and Si Qing, but there was no seat for the host. This arrangement was rather strange. A banquet was supposed to be one where the host and guest enjoyed themselves to their heart's content. Instead, it gave off a sense of confrontation and negotiation. Greetings, Commander Gu. When the White Wolves saw Gu Yenying, they all stood up and bowed. Li Qingshan spotted Han Qiongji with a single glance, while Han Qiongji looked back silently. Li Qingshan nodded at her before finding Wang Puxi. However, when he glanced around from the corner of his eye, he actually discovered someone familiar, Qian Rongji. Although Qian Rongji sat at the back, she was dressed in white. She had been promoted to White Wolf Guard at some point in time. She smiled gently at Li Qingshan, as gentle as water. FF37, W03C9, 30FB, off 4D. Chapter 597. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51. After reaching Foundation establishment, Qian Rongji obviously no longer served as a regular Scarlet Wolf Guard. After meeting Gu Yenying, she was immediately retained as a White Wolf Guard. Li Qingshan furrowed his brows. He could sense that Qian Rongji's bearing had changed again. The coldness had basically vanished completely, but Li Qingshan would never forget her madness. This woman has become even more dangerous. If anyone provokes her, they'll probably be in quite a lot of trouble. However, what he did not know was that in Qian Rongji's eyes, his change was even more shocking. His complacent attitude was like that of a tiger strolling through the forest. The word king was written on his forehead, but his claws and teeth were all withdrawn. He would not display his viciousness so easily. Originally, I thought I could close the gap between us, but I never thought he would still be so powerful. Just as the two of them were lost in their own thoughts, a young woman with thick eyebrows and large eyes called out loudly, "Sister, come and sit." Li Qingshan noticed that the young woman wore the uniform of a White Wolf commander, and her seat was only slightly behind Gu Yenying. He thought, "She's Gu Yenying's assistant, the White Wolf commander. I never thought she'd be like this. She still looks like a young woman, but her true age definitely isn't just that. This only proves that her talent is extremely great. She possesses an extremely high cultivation at an extremely young age, so the rate at which she ages is obviously slower, which is why she still looks like a young woman." Gu Yenying said, "In formal situations, you should call me commander or sir. What does that have to do with anything?" The young woman with thick eyebrows pouted. She behaved like a normal young woman. However, with what he had experienced just now at the entrance, Li Qingshan was afraid to underestimate her. He stared at her. Although she had completely concealed her presence, he was still able to probe a little with the senses of the spirit turtle. Sure enough, she was also a golden core cultivator. The girl with thick eyebrows suddenly glared at Li Qingshan and said fiercely, "What are you looking at?" Li Qingshan continued to lower his eyelids and lower his head. Si Qing said with a smile, "Sister Bao, I've been impatient for a long time already. Today is a reunion of old friends, so there's no need to stick to these rules. Please take a seat." As soon as Gu Yenying sat down, the girl with thick eyebrows leaned on her and said, "I'll sit here too." Originally, it was supposed to be one table per person. Then, according to their identity and cultivation, she wanted to sit with Gu Yenying in the back row. Fortunately, the seat was very big, so the two of them didn't feel crowded. Si Qing frowned. "A country bumpkin. It's fine if you don't know the etiquette, but Si Bao, don't break the rules." "Humph, you're a prince, but I'm a princess. Why should I be a bit behind you?" "Si Qing, I'm only calling you brother because I'm giving you face. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up until you call me big sister." Si Bao suddenly stood up and snorted coldly in extreme disdain. Her thick eyebrows were raised high, and the aura she gave off was no less than Si Qing's. Moreover, it was rather similar to Si Qing's. "I'll have a taste of it in the next Rising Dragon Assembly. I'm just afraid you won't dare to participate." Li Qingshan was very surprised. From their voices, the two of them should both be heirs of the imperial clan, reuniting after a long separation. Even if they weren't close, they should be able to get along on the surface. He never thought that just because of the issue of seeding, they would clash so harshly with each other and become so hostile. They were basically like street thugs, able to get into a vicious fight with just a few words like, "What are you looking at?" or "What's wrong with looking at you?" They did not have the self-restraint of the Imperial clan or Golden Core cultivators at all. "Alright, Bao, you can sit here if you want to. Don't be like a fighting rooster." Gu Yenying pulled Si Bao over, and Si Bao leaned against her in passing. She whispered into her ear, I'll take him down a notch first and show him who's boss." Li Qingshan saw that there were two seats to Si Qing's left and right. They were only slightly towards the back, below Si Qing and above everyone else. Their statuses were basically equivalent to Si Bao's. Just now, Si Qing and the others had entered the hall, but they were the only ones who did not stand up to receive them. One of them was a military general in armor. His beard was braided into a black and white braid that extended from his chin to his chest. He sat there in an awe-inspiring manner. His eyes were wide open as he glared angrily at Si Bao. The other person was a pale-faced scholar. He supported his chin with one hand while he gently fanned a black feather fan with the other. He stared at Si Bao with a pair of deep eyes in his sunken eye sockets. "Please sit down, Your Highness. What's the point of bickering with women?" Not only did he not take Si Bao seriously, but he also treated Si Qing as an equal. "You're right, Brother Jia." Si Qing returned to his seat before ordering the banquet to begin. However, the atmosphere in the hall became more and more oppressive. It did not seem like a banquet at all. Li Qingshan was just about to sit down in the empty seat beside Han Qiongji when Gu Yenying waved at him. "Qingshan, why don't you sit here? You don't look good when it's empty." Li Qingshan did not hold back either. He arrived at the secondary seat beside Gu Yenying and sat down casually. Si Bao glared at him again. That was originally her seat. Many of the White Wolf guards behind were taken aback. This was not just a matter of seating. Their cultivation, age, and experience had all been carefully calculated. There was no confusion about who was in front and who was in the wrong. It could basically represent their status in the Hawkwolf Guard. It was also the most basic form of etiquette. If Si Bao wanted to sit with Gu Yenying with her status, even Si Qing would reprimand her for being rude. Gu Yenying's actions were equivalent to placing Li Qingshan before all of them. It held great significance, so many jealous gazes could not help but be cast over. They communicated with each other through their soul sense. "Who's he? I think he's called Li Qingshan, the Scarlet Hawk commander of the Clear River Prefecture." "He's just a Scarlet Hawk commander. He's only at mid-foundation establishment. What right does he have to be bold enough to sit before us?" "Li Qingshan. Don't tell me he's that infamous coward, the commander in secluded cultivation." Ever since Li Qingshan became a Scarlet Hawk commander, he had left all of his work to Hua Sengzan. Apart from going to Burial Mound Mountain with Hua Sengzan to investigate, he had not done a single proper thing. He was rather renowned within the circle of the Hawkwolf Guard. Si Qing stared at him. "Looks like Yenying really does value this child very much. I need to give an order. Don't let him die at my hands later." Before Gu Yenying could say anything, Si Bao said, "I don't think you have the ability either." At the same time, she communicated with Li Qingshan with her soul sense. "Kid, you want to sit in my seat? Let's see if you have the right later." Li Qingshan was confused. What are they talking about? It's like they're going to fall out with each other later on. He could vaguely understand why Gu Yenying had chosen this arcane artifact for him so seriously. She had another plan in mind. "Alright, then let's decide on a battle to the death." Si Qing's spirits roused, and excitement filled his eyes. He was clearly interested from the bottom of his heart. "That won't be necessary. Just determine the victor." Gu Yenying waved her hand with a smile. "A battle is dangerous, where life and death are on the line. He might not necessarily have the chance to surrender and beg for mercy." Si Qing drank a cup of wine and smiled murderously. As they spoke, various delicacies that Li Qingshan had never heard of before were served up like flowing water. In particular, the jars of fine wine were faint green in color and did not give off any fragrance at all. However, when Li Qingshan tried a mouthful, it felt like it was burning hot. A heavy fragrance rushed into his head, and a scorching heat entered his lungs. It was indescribably refreshing. "It's easy to get drunk on this wine, so don't drink too much. There's still something important to do later." Gu Yenying specially communicated with him secretly. "Don't worry. The more I drink, the more spirited I become." "Just what is it that's so serious?" "You'll know in a while." At this moment, the sound of stringed and woodwind instruments rang out faintly from behind the curtain. An extremely moving voice vibrated, singing with endless sorrow of parting. Even Li Qingshan could not help but be moved by it. He listened with rapt attention. The fragrance of flowers wafted over. Begonia petals scattered into the hall with the wind. They were pure white, faint pink, and bright red. Slender women in thin clothes drifted over like fairies of the 9 heavens. They arrived with the waves, dancing with the music. When they reached the center of the hall, they suddenly dispersed, producing rings of light that bloomed like bright red. A tall woman appeared in the center, but she wore a white mask, faintly drawing the outline of a begonia flower. The women in the surroundings were already so beautiful, so they could not help but imagine just how beautiful the woman in the center would be. Li Qingshan could vaguely sense that the woman's figure was rather familiar. The sound of the stringed and woodwind instruments gradually became hurried, and the dance gradually intensified as well. It constantly changed positions, dancing through the air in the spacious hall. It was dazzling and gave off an enchanting power. As they tasted the fine wine in their cups and watched the moving dance, everyone present became intoxicated. However, Li Qingshan noticed that Si Qing was indifferent and bored. Instead, the civil and martial figures to his left and right watched with rapt attention, without blinking at all. Gu Yenying raised her cup and congratulated him from afar. Si Qing, although this song and dance can't compare to Gan Chi's war dance, it still has its own special flavor. Si Qing said, "It's no wonder the Marquis of Rui died an unnatural death when he's so indulgent in pleasure. I heard that he actually has improper thoughts about you too. He's basically asking for death. If you really agree to him, His Highness the Crown Prince will probably descend upon the Rui Commandery and personally kill this toad." Si Bao said, "Royal brother, don't tell me you're working so hard because you want to replace Big Brother Ming and become the Crown Prince yourself? Don't speak nonsense. How can I compare to Royal Brother Ming? I'm already fortunate enough to sit firmly in my position as the Marquis of Rui." Si Qing's expression changed before slowly recovering. In the end, he looked at Gu Yenying again. Whether he could sit firmly in his position as the Marquis of Rui all depended on her. After the Marquis of Rui, Jiang Fu, and Great General Han Ongwa died in battle, Gu Yenying was the only one left of the 3 heavyweights of the past. She had already become the person with the greatest authority in the entire Rui Commandery. Gu Yenying had stayed in the Rui Commandery for so long. She came from a powerful background, and she was generous and amiable to others. All the cultivators of the Rui Commandery, whether they belonged to the 100 schools of thought or the sects, had to show her some respect. She could even influence the demons and change the situation in the Rui Commandery. For example, the demon of the North Moon who possessed startling strength and had committed all sorts of evil seemed to have some affection for her. As a result, as soon as Si Qing arrived in the Rui Commandery, he invited no one but Gu Yenying first. He said it was to catch up on the past, but he was actually testing and competing with her to determine who was superior. Gu Yenying changed her posture and crossed her legs. She accepted the alcohol Si Bao offered and drank it all in a single gulp. She smiled. "That'll depend on what you're capable of. FF37, W03C9, 30FB, off 4D. Chapter 598. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51. The brilliantly illuminated palace overlooked the entire prefectural city, as well as the entire Rui Commandery. At that moment, this place was the center of this land that spanned thousands of kilometers, all because of the existence of 2 people, Gu Yenying and Si Qing. More accurately, there was also a demon, the North Moon. Li Qingshan had defeated several dozen demon commanders with brutal methods. Although no one knew why the demons were fighting among themselves, the terrifying strength he had demonstrated in that battle had left the entire Rui commandery shocked. The name of the North Moon could no longer be casually mentioned. Instead, he had become the most terrifying enemy in the hearts of human cultivators. The three of them were basically enough to determine the situation of the entire Rui commandery. Gu Yenying and Si Qing's gazes pierced through the colorful dance and clashed in the air. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, sat there quietly with his eyes closed. The flexible armor on him flowed with light, currently being refined. Ever since he sat down, he had been focused on refining the arcane artifacts on him apart from gulping down alcohol, preparing for the vicious battle Gu Yenying had mentioned. He sensed the atmosphere in the surroundings become more and more tense, but he instead became slightly excited. Si Qing placed down his cup and said loudly, "All right, all of you back down." The dancers that danced like petals all descended and bowed towards Gu Yenying and Si Qing respectively, about to leave. "Stop! You're bowing to Her Highness while wearing a mask. That's a great disrespect." The burly general to Si Qing's right with his beard tied into a braid suddenly spoke up. He stared at the masked woman with his extremely invasive eyes, as if his gaze wanted to pierce through the mask. The woman bowed gracefully again. "May I ask for your name, sir?" Her voice was magnetic and pleasant to listen to. Li Qingshan was sure that this woman was Begonia the moment he heard it. He then carefully sized up her figure. Although it was shrouded in loose colorful clothes, it was still difficult to hide her proud figure. It was full of mature and seductive charm. He smiled inwardly. It's been a long time. How many people could have such a figure? But I don't know why she came here to present a gift. Dan, you have no right to ask for my name. Then why did you inform us, Lord Dan? Begonia asked, neither servile nor overbearing. But it depends on your appearance. If you are ugly and stain my eyes, I will punish you twice as severely. If you're born handsome, you'll also be heavily rewarded. Dan did not bother to hide the obscene smile on his face. He was like a crude beast, directly evaluating a woman's value based on her appearance. Even if she was a beauty that could topple cities, she would not be happy. That was the unbridled behavior of the strong towards the weak, demanding whatever they wanted. Si Qing, who placed great emphasis on etiquette, remained silent right now. He was slightly displeased with how Begonia bowed to Gu Yenying first. As a result, he allowed Dan to make trouble. If the weak sat a little closer to the front, or if they bowed in the wrong order, it would be rude, or even disrespectful. However, it seemed like it was only natural for the strong to take liberties with a woman in public. Begonia fell silent for a while before letting out a gloomy sigh from under her mask. All she could do was remove her mask gently. The dance this time was not of her own will, but she was no longer the sect master of the sect of clouds and rain anymore. She had to listen to the current sect master's orders. She had even been told to charm and befriend this Prince Si Qing, but she refused to do that, so all she could do was put on her mask. He raised his eyes and looked at Dan. "You really are a mongrel dog. You talk like you're farting, and farting is like you're talking. You don't make any sense." This was no longer mockery or ridicule, but undisguised public humiliation. Si Qing's expression changed too, while Dan's face went from red to purple, then from purple to black. Si Bao giggled. It was no wonder why my sister valued this person so much. Let alone everything else, just his courage alone was very rare. She said to Li Qingshan secretly, "Curse him all you want. I'll protect you." Dan took a step forward, and with a loud bang, the entire palace seemed to shake. His aura pressed down on Li Qingshan like a mountain or an ocean. Begonia felt suffocated just from the shockwave. What a powerful aura of brutality! Li Qingshan seemed to feel nothing at all. He casually tossed aside the flagon of alcohol and walked up to Dan. His black and white eyes stared straight at Dan, faintly shining with a red light. Dan's heart skipped a beat. This gaze. Damn it! If this was any other day, I could crush this little bastard to death with a single hand. However, at this banquet, I have to think of the bigger picture, so I can't do this. It was normal to provoke each other at a banquet. If Gu Yenying and Si Qing got entangled with each other's subordinates, it would be beneath their dignity. However, if someone could not resist attacking first, then the situation would be different. Little bastard, do you think you can stay under someone else's protection for the rest of your life? Bastard, come and try to kill me. FF37, W03C9, 30FB, off 4D. Chapter 599. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51, U. Yi Dan grabbed Li Qingshan by the front of his clothes and threw a punch at his face. If the punch connected, he would definitely die on the spot from having his brain splattered. Bang! The fierce wind surged into the surroundings, ruffling everyone's clothes. Qingshan! Han Qiongji cried out. The punch stopped firmly in front of Li Qingshan, exploding the air. Li Qingshan showed no fear at all. Instead, his mockery grew heavier. Yi Dan's fist trembled as veins bulged on his forehead. He seemed like he could smash down at any time. Yi Dan. The scholar waving the black feather fan suddenly spoke up. This kid might have been a sacrificial lamb that Gu Yenying had specially found. If he really was angered and beat a hawkwolf guard to death in front of everyone, the situation would become extremely disadvantageous to them. Yi Dan slowly let go of Li Qingshan's clothes and said viciously, "Qingshan, that's your name. I'll remember it." Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan corrected him with a smile. He thought, if I don't kill a mongrel like you in the future, I'll write my surname upside down. The hawkwolf guards looked at his proud figure. There was both admiration and pity in their eyes. They were no longer so displeased with him sitting in the secondary seat. Just like Yi Dan had said, no matter how powerful Gu Yenying was, she could not protect a single person forever. In particular, when a foundation establishment cultivator was involved in a clash between large organizations like this, the slightest carelessness could result in them being crushed to pieces. Provoking and insulting a powerful cultivator like this was very unwise. If Yi Dan found an opportunity in the future, he could kill him in a single strike. As long as he did not leave behind any evidence, no one could do anything to Yi Dan. Li Qingshan returned to his seat and sat down. He nodded at Han Qiongji, telling her not to worry. This time, it was not all for the sake of a moment of passion or to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Gu Yenying had helped him whitewash his accumulated resources for free, so he obviously had to return the favor, support her, and demonstrate his worth. Si Qing said, "Let's cut to the chase and get back to business. Yenying, have you chosen your fighter? You may leave." Gu Yenying smiled and waved her hand. Begonia bowed and excused herself. Then, she took a deep look at Li Qingshan. She replied with her soul sense, "Thank you for saving me, Commander Li. Once I return to the Clear River Prefecture, I will definitely hold a banquet in the Parlor of Clouds and Rain to thank you." In the blink of an eye, the reckless boy from the countryside had become a man of indomitable spirit. But it was still the same as before. Firm and unyielding. Fearlessly challenging the strong. Li Qingshan nodded with a smile before looking at Si Qing again. He was curious about the fighter he spoke of. The vicious battle that Gu Yenying spoke of was about to begin. Of course. Gu Yenying clapped her hands gently with a smile. "Qian Rongji, Yan Shixin, come to the front." After a pause, she said, "Li Qingshan, please wait for a moment." Li Qingshan heard a sound from behind. A late Foundation establishment White Wolf Guard stood up and walked over. His cultivation was among the White Wolf Guards. He must be at the top. However, Qian Rongji emerged from the corner, which surprised everyone. Li Qingshan was still at mid-foundation establishment after all, while she was only at early foundation establishment. She did not possess any powerful background, so it was already very surprising that she could directly be promoted to a White Wolf Guard, yet she had actually been specially chosen by Gu Yenying. Li Qingshan also noticed that the two of them had at least 2 arcane artifacts on them. The White Wolf Guard named Yan Shixin aside, it was impossible for Qian Rongji to be so wealthy. It was impossible for Qian Rongji to be so wealthy. Even if she did possess such wealth, she would never show it with her personality. This was probably what Gu Yenying had prepared for them to deal with the vicious battle tonight. On Si Qing's side, 3 people walked out as well. One was a white-haired old man in a long robe. One was a brawny, bare-chested man covered in scars, and the last one was as short as a monkey. All 3 of them were late foundation establishment. Each of them was equipped with a set of Dharma artifacts, although they were silent. Although they were silent, Li Qingshan sensed a faint murderous aura around them. He was extremely familiar with this feeling. He thought to himself, these 3 are probably veterans who have killed countless people. Only those who have experienced countless life and death battles can develop such an aura. Coupled with their arcane artifacts, their strength is definitely not something regular foundation establishment cultivators can compare to. It's just that the world is at peace now, so how did they train themselves? The 3 of them are my fighters. It seems like they've taken too much advantage of you. Yenying, are you intentionally going easy on them? Si Qing smiled confidently. Gu Yenying said, cut the bullshit. Since you like talking so much, why don't you tell us the rules of this battle? Are we going to fight one after the other according to the old rules? Si Qing seemed to be in extremely high spirits. Perhaps it was because of the alcohol, but his face was flushed red. It was the complete opposite of how bored he was when he was watching the performance just now. There was basically a hint of fanaticism. Most of you are from the Green Province, so you probably don't understand the traditions of our Dragon Province very well. Let me give you an introduction first. The people of the Dragon Province are warlike and warlike. Even when children play games, they use wooden swords to fight. When they grow up, they use real swords. Basically everyone practices martial arts, and as long as they have some talent, they will join the 100 schools of thought and work hard on cultivation. Li Qingshan had heard that cultivation methods were extremely common in the Dragon Province. Even regular people could easily come into contact with Qi practitioner cultivation methods, and there were far more cultivators here than in the other 8 provinces. Under these circumstances, it was obviously a place where powerful people rose up and powerful cultivators emerged. With the imperial family as the core, the civil and military officials were all powerful cultivators, while the 3 ducal ministers, the ministers of the 6 ministries, and the other high officials were all great cultivators who had undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation. However, he had no idea what Si Qing was trying to say. Was he trying to show off the strength of the great Xia Empire? Si Qing strode to the center of the hall and said loudly with a voice as shrill as a jackal's, "Do you know what the greatest hobby of a person from the Dragon Province is? To watch fighters fight and kill each other in arenas." Basically all the cities of various sizes in the Dragon Province had arenas for duels. Those who took part in the duels were known as fighters, ranging from mortal fighters wielding weapons to cultivators using arcane artifacts and spiritual artifacts in battle. The arenas were always a hubbub of voices. Under the cheers of everyone, there would always be dead souls returning to the heavens, and blood would splatter on the sand. Even a brothel like the Parlor of Clouds and Rain, a place of pleasure, could not compare to the popularity of arenas. Li Qingshan looked at the 3 of them and said secretly, "Commander Gu, so this is the vicious battle you were talking about." He felt rather displeased. Although he liked to fight, he did not want to be like a fighting cock or a fighting dog, a toy for the amusement of the higher class. Do you know how the princes and princesses of the imperial family of Great Xia came to be? Gu Yenying smiled. They're obviously born from the emperor and his concubines. No. Most of the current princes and princesses haven't even been seen by the emperor until the day they become princes and princesses. What's going on? In the Great Xia Empire, any child with the imperial family's bloodline has the right to become a prince or princess. Then how many princes and princesses do they have to bestow? Li Qingshan said in surprise. The Great Xia Empire had existed for several millennia, constantly growing. There were probably millions or even tens of millions of people with the imperial family's bloodline. If they're willing to become a prince or princess, they only need to apply, and they can receive the best guidance in the imperial court. They can enjoy the resources of the imperial family, and they'll arrange a battle every once in a while. In the end, less than a tenth of them will truly become a prince or princess. Won't the other 90% be? If they die, they'll either walk out in endless glory, or they'll be carried out on a stretcher. They won't even have the right to enter the imperial mausoleum. Their chances of survival are just too low, so the number of people who apply isn't as many as you'd imagine. Of course, it's not a small number either. The Tong family has never lacked geniuses. Li Qingshan was shocked. This method of raising princes and princesses was basically like raising insects. It was extremely vicious. Only true geniuses had the confidence to take part in this sort of elimination, and the ones who survived in the end would definitely be geniuses among geniuses. Originally, he felt like Si Qing was probably much more difficult to deal with than the Marquis of Jiangfu. Now, he could not help but raise his guard a little, afraid of being careless at all. And, he also understood what Gu Yenying meant by 13 and 11 just now. Clearly, they were not ranked by age, but by strength. Among the princes, Si Qing could be regarded as one of the best. Becoming a prince or princess was quite difficult, but once they succeeded, they would receive the support of the entire imperial family of Great Xia. Possessing some powerful cultivation methods or even arcane treasures would be very normal. Their true strength probably surpassed regular golden core cultivators. Even if they were like the Dark Queen, it would not be strange for her to possess the ability to challenge nascent soul cultivators. Only like that could golden core cultivators willingly serve as stewards and servants. Li Qingshan glanced at Si Bao up ahead again. Obviously, that was how she became a princess, and she was bold enough to challenge Si Qing. She was probably extremely powerful as well, so he really could not tell. He also understood what Gu Yenying was saying. Duels were not just bloody games for people to entertain themselves. Even the emperor of Great Xia had fought who knew how many duels before he became the emperor. Gu Yenying said, in the Dragon Province, duels are a relatively sacred matter. Some of the iron rules of duels are even greater than the law. Even the emperor can't casually change them. Pay attention. Once you break them, it'll be very difficult for me to help you. Li Qingshan nodded slightly and listened to Si Qing quietly. In this cultivation world, duels were not low-level entertainment for numb citizens or comfortable nobles in pursuit of blood and excitement. Fighters were not slaves or a specific lowly group of people who used their lives to satisfy the twisted pleasures of the upper class. In the Dragon Province, basically every cultivator had the experience of fighting someone as a fighter. In many places, especially large clans, the coming-of-age ceremony of a child would often be a duel. They would invite friends and family to bear witness. The child had to personally kill powerful wild beasts or even demonic beasts to prove their right to adulthood. If they failed the challenge, they would not be considered an adult until they succeeded or died in battle. Si Qing explained some of the traditions and rules of duels vividly. The Hawk-Wolf guards were all shocked by what he described. They were speechless. Si Bao's gaze drifted away. She thought of the gust of wind and fangs that assaulted her face many years ago. She subconsciously rubbed her right arm. It was a demonic beast many times larger than her. Its fur was smooth and soft. It stared at her with its deep eyes as it chewed on her arm. Blood flowed from the corner of its mouth, landing on the white snow. FF37, W03C9, 30FB, off 4D. You're tuning into the Tashin Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.